too many people are aware of this. There is one major software called Movie Magic. Entertainment Partner is the company. In this class, I think only 2 persons are familiar with that. Actually, only 1 person knows how to run it. Here, that is Alex. It's a shocking thing that in Hollywood or in Europe, most line producers, most assistant directors, and most directors can run Movie Magic, but not in India. Anyway, forget about Movie Magic. Ideally, the director should be familiar with Movie Magic also, but at least this is written on Final Draft, and there are many other writing softwares available. The directors have to be familiar with screenwriting software. Second slide. These are the softwares: Celltext, Writer Duet, Final Draft, Fade In. I would request all of you to download. It's free downloadable to download Fade In. It is as versatile as Final Draft. Final Draft is the most commonly used, and they are all internationally standardized. They're all the same. So download Fade In and work in Fade In. And you can see there are 19 more. So there are about, at the moment, there are about 24 to 25 writing softwares available. And many of them are free downloadable. When you download them, there are tutorials in that framework. You can learn from the tutorials. Okay, go back. No slides now. Now, next is, once the script is locked, what do you do? Once the script is locked, the director has to collaborate, ideally should collaborate with the screenwriter and the producer. And when the script is more or less finalized, then what you do is you launch the pre-production. In modern parlance, it is known as pre-production. Now, pre-production is the stage where the first job is to form the core crew. The core crew is formed. The production designer, the cinematographer, they are all, except for the post crew, that is editor, a picture editor, and audio designer. Except for them, all others are like production manager, a line producer. All of this core production crew is formed. And what does the director do at that stage? The pre-production is the backbone of a film project. And actually, pre-production stage is the stage where the director has to do the maximum work. Let us see what pre-production means. Next, pre-production. Okay. You see, pre-production has about 7 to 8 major job areas. Starting from, let's say, location scouting, casting, set design, costume design, crew formation is the first one, and then towards the end of the pre-production, the line producer and the production manager, they will work out the schedule, and that working out that schedule in Europe and in Hollywood, it is done on Movie Magic or Gorilla. These are production softwares. At the moment, some production houses in Chennai and in Bombay, they are also using Movie Magic. Big ones, including Shah Rukh's Red Chilies and all that, they use, and Excel Entertainment, they use Movie Magic. So towards the end of in the final 2 weeks of pre-production, they work out the schedule and the detailed budget where the director is not expected to be involved. But in the other things, the directors have to be involved, and you can make out that casting, location scouting, if you need a set, it's not always that the director would need a set. Depends on the script. Now the director's job is to conform to the script. The casting has to be done. The location has to be chosen in such a manner that ideally at least 95% of the script should be translatable on screen. So this is the director's job. The director goes through an immense kind of series of selection and rejection, and these are creative choices he is making. You know, the casting, the director is closely involved in the casting, not immediately in the auditions. These are done by casting directors and all that. I'm not going into details because, you see, I do this class, the fundamentals of direction, over 1 week and 6 hours a week, 6 hours a day. So I cannot reduce 36 hours into 1 hour. So I'm just racing through, I'm giving you the highlights. So director has to make creative choices in casting, in locations, in set design, costume design. Director has to get involved and get the most appropriate thing done. Those are creative choices he is making so that at least 95% of the locked script is achieved. It is the director's job not to get any kind of silly compromises set in. Okay? The director, if need be, the director has to continuously fight with the line producer and the producer. No, I have to get this. No, I have to get that actor. Sometimes in India, it's the other way around. Sometimes the director doesn't want a star. But the producer would insist, no, sorry, it's my money. Or it is the studio's money. So you have to get that idiot who is a star. But the star doesn't look the part. You get my point? So this actually does not happen that much in an independent film. Okay? That is why you see in the independent film, the actual good character artists, they take the lead. And they are far better acted. Yeah? So anyway, so he goes through all these things, and the director's most important job in pre-production is preparing the shooting script. Now, how many of you know that there is a world of difference between the script and the shooting script? Do you know that there is a difference? How many of you know? I tell you, Alex, I will throw you out of this class. Don't raise your hand. Okay. Alex would know, Ashok would know. But some of you may know. This is not a class, so you don't have to raise your hand. But I have the bad habit of treating everything like a class. Sorry about this. You have seen a script page. A script is divided into scenes. Okay? But it is the director's job to divide the scenes into shots. That's the basic difference. Then there are many other differences. What does a shooting script? Let us look at a page from a shooting script. There are standard formats of a shooting script. It's a technical job. It is done with the director would do it with the first AD and most importantly the DOP, the director of photography. And sometimes if it's a highly set-based project, set-based film, then the production designer is also involved in preparing the shooting script. Next slide. Shooting script format. There are standardized formats. Oh, no. Shooting script later. Ek minute, Bhatkar. Before we go to the shooting script, I forgot about something. That another, before the director reaches the shooting script stage, he has to work very closely with the production designer. Uh, irrespective of the fact whether it is highly set based or location based. Even in location, there are many things for each scene. Ideally, the director, all of you, I'm sure, know who a production designer is, right? Earlier, the production designers used to be called art directors, but art direction is one part of production design. Art director now works under production designer. Okay. Now, for each scene, it is the director's job to ask for a mood board. Run the slide. A mood board for each scene. The mood board would give you all the art direction related materials, even costume, color scheme, everything in small details. This is a mood board. For each scene, that all these things will be there in the scene. In little frames, you prepare a mood board, ask production designer to give him a mood board for each scene. Now, of course, most of the Indian directors do not follow these things. And because they do not follow these things, it reflects in their films. You don't do it. You insist on this. So this is the mood board. You've got the point. For each scene. Now go back to shooting script. Now let's go back to shooting script would happen again towards the end of the prep, at the end of the shooting pre-production. Now this is a format which you can customize actually, so long as all these technical features are there. Each scene will have a couple of pages of this. The short number. I told you the shooting script is dividing the scenes into shots. It will have a short description. Then it will have an image size. Then the camera angle, then camera movement, lens, and special note if any special equipment is required. If a rain machine is required, or a storm machine is required, or a super crane is required, or a helicopter. If it's a helicopter shot, then you need a lot of other accessories. So these things are for each shot. Now, one scene may have 3 shots, one scene may have 30 shots. Now, why is the shot breakdown necessary? Why do you think a scene has to be divided into shots? Most people in my class, most people would answer that to economize on time, to organize the shoot. That is incidental. That is also part of the thing, to shoot in an organized manner. But that is just incidental. It is not for the production aspect that scenes are divided into shots. It is to dynamize the space and time contained in each scene. To make the scene interesting, that you have to divide the scene into shots. Let me give you an example. If you shoot this scene, that somebody from Calcutta is delivering a lecture and people are sitting over there and most people are not interested. They are actually quite disgusted that what is this? This is fine morning outside and why are we inside? And they are doing their own stuff, they're sending messages and all that. How would you can put the camera on a rostrum here and shoot the entire scene. Maybe one rostrum here, one rostrum there, and one from the other axis. And in 3 shots, if you do the scene, do you think the scene would be interesting? It will not be interesting. You have to go close to Alex is sending messages. Okay? Velu is receiving a message. Ashok Velu. And somebody else is passing a chat. Then what is this teacher, this stupid man talking about? This is how the scene becomes interesting. So you have to go close to them. You have to come back to the teacher. Now the teacher sees that these kind of things are going on. They are not interested. He has lost the class. And he's getting worried and nervous. So you have to go close to the teacher from that axis. So it is the axis. This is an axis, that is an axis, that is another axis, that is another axis. Axis divisions are done. The director has to understand that to make the scene really engaging, interesting, he has to break it down into shots. So the objective of a shot breakdown is to dynamize the space and time contained in a scene. And all these features have to be there. The image size, I think, I would guess everybody knows that. From close shot CS to mid long shot to extreme LS, extreme long shot, these are called the image sizes. Camera angle, of course, camera angle is actually, basically there are three angles. Eye level, low angle and high angle. Within these three fundamental angles, there are various angles. You can have various angles. But these angles actually, they follow what is known as the POV, the point of view. And again, the camera angles will approximate the POV. The POV of who? There are fundamentally two POVs. One is the character's POV, which is known as the subjective POV. I am looking at you, so the camera is here and you are being shot. You are looking at me, so camera is there on the other axis, and so that is your point of view of me, my point of view of my POV of you. Okay? So directors will have this subjective POV, and then there may be a shot from there. Both of us are present, and we have started fighting. Okay. So whose POV is that? Whose POV is that? It is neither yours nor mine. That is the director's POV. So there, in a scene, when you choose the camera angle, there is an admixture. There is a mix of POVs. The character's POV and the director's POV. A mix of that. Okay? And of course, camera movement. If it can, camera can be static, camera can move, camera can be on Steadicam, camera can be on crane. There are a lot of movement accessories. You can. Director has choices. In consultation with the DOP, will choose the camera movement and also choose the lens. Now, while choosing the lens, you must understand that it is possible to shoot, let's say I want to shoot mid-close shot of Alex. Now, mid-close shot of Alex can be done on a 35mm lens. It can be done on a 75mm lens also. So it is not for the image size that a lens is chosen. Lens is chosen because of the depth of focus or depth of field. If I choose a 75mm lens, the background action, whatever is happening behind Alex's back will be slightly out of focus. But if I choose a 35 or 28mm lens, whatever is happening behind Alex will be in focus. So if I want what is happening behind Alex, if it demands, the shot demands that, I will use a 28mm or 35mm. There is a technical, scientific funda behind it. You don't just choose just give me a 75mm lens. Why? What for? You have to have the justification. So these technical features will always have justification. Let's watch a clip from a famous film, One Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest. It is directed by Milos Forman, who is from a film school in Czechoslovakia, but later he worked majorly in Hollywood, and he was also a film teacher in Columbia, in New York. Run that, yeah. Your clip with subtitles. Can we have those lights off? Watch the POVs.
Right. You said you escaped. I knew you wouldn't leave without me. I was waiting for you. Now we can make it, Mac. I feel big as a damn mountain.
Close the door, please. So this is Chief's POV. Chief is that long-haired guy, Indian guy. Indian meaning native Indian, American. So this is his POV. This is director's POV.
God, I thought you I wouldn't leave you here this way. You're coming with me.
And this is shot mostly on normal lens, that is 35 and 28 mm. So almost everything is in focus. This is 75 mm. Now whose POV is this? Director. Chief's POV. See how cleverly it is done, that his shadow will be moving. His shadow will be moving because he is moving out of the room. Look at the pillow down there. There will be shadow moving. Look. Continued in moving out. Over all these things, there is no escape, and that is why the A-grade, even mainstream Hollywood films, their mise-en-scenes look perfect on screen, whether you like the film or not. Next, to me, more important are the next slide, intangibles. Are the intangibles of mise-en-scene. They are not really tangible through the job areas of production. They are like, you have to do all these things, mix all these things in order to work out a tenor and the melody. Or in Hindi or Sanskrit, what is known as the bhav and the sur. Bhav aa raha hai, sur aa raha hai. The the tenor and the melody, is it coming through or not? The rhythm or the cadence is misspelled. Second, it should be C-A-D-E-N-C, cadence or lie. Is that all right? Coherent ambiguity. I will show you a clip and I will explain what is coherent ambiguity. It's an oxymoron. That how can ambiguity be coherent? Ambiguity has to be coherent in cinema. It cannot be totally incoherent. Then the beauty of ambiguity will be lost. Transcendence, Uttaran. It has to transcend what is happening on the screen. It cannot be, if I shoot this scene here, if it just shows what is happening here, then it's a restricted kind of thing. But if it shows a human condition, that look at the helplessness of the teacher, look at the way the students are so aggressive, look at the condition. If you can take it to that level, through all this, just do the tangibles perfectly. You get my point? And also, more than that, like epiphany. Epiphany is like sudden discovery of some cosmic truth. Or serendipity or revelation, avishkar. And this avishkar is not the ordinary realistic avishkar. This avishkar is like a spiritual avishkar. If you can achieve that in a scene, that's the real mise-en-scene. Okay, and some of these ideally should underpin. Some of it you have to try and try. The director has to try and try, scratch his head, go mad and get it. Get a bit of it at least. Then the scene will have that power, will have that depth. Then the scene will make people cry. Clip. Landscape. My clip. 20 clips, 2025. Landscape. VLC में चला. No, कुछ भी में चला. Second one. Lights off. Lights off. They go out in search of their father. They have heard that their father, they have never seen their father. They have heard that their father is in Germany. So they set out from their town in Greece. Then they reach a kind of border town seaport called Thessaloniki. And they want to get onto a train that takes them to Germany. But they don't have money. They meet a young man on the way who is a very kind young man. He is a theatre director, and he promises, he kind of feels sorry for these two kids. He knows, that guy knows that they're under an illusion. They will never find their father. But still, to keep them going, he promises them to buy the train tickets and put them on train. So he is on the way to taking them to the border town, and on the way, it's the evening descends, and he decides to put them in a hotel, in a small hotel, very small ramshackle hotel, and he is so, the entire thing makes him so sad, he can't sleep. So he goes out early in the morning, and there is this, in Thessaloniki is a seaport, it's a sea town, and he sits on a capstan on the, and suddenly he notices early in the morning, he notices something like a sculpture is bobbing up and down on the sea, on the wave, and it's the sculpture of what is known as, in Orthodox Christianity, is known as benediction, the icon of blessing. But now you see what it means. That the icon of blessing will have the index finger like this. In the broken sculpture that is floating, the index finger is broken, and it is being picked up by a helicopter. It has been detected floating on, and meanwhile the kids they get up from sleep, and they are in search of the guy, and they find the guy, and they also watch the entire thing, watch the scene, and see what I mean.
Sound, please.
It will come, it will come. sound issue. The volume was very low, so the impact is, the sound. What happened? I don't know. The first time you played, there's some problem with the sound. Anyway, the volume had to be much higher than this, but you can understand. I'm sure you understand what I meant. Yeah. I have almost come to the close of the thing. I don't have time. I wanted to talk about another thing that the director has to pay attention to. And again, in India, the directors don't pay attention to that at all, and nobody pays attention. And the audio designer feels helpless. That is audio design. Indian films, even the most excellent films, are actually extremely poor in audio design. And there is a lack of awareness in audio design. So I would request those of you who are interested in picking up direction as your future career or whatever, or as just as passion. I would give you the of a site which is a wonderful site. Is maintained by the front rank audio designers of the world. Go to the slides. Filmsound.org. This is filmsound.org. Please note down. Get onto that site. Starting from George Lucas to all others, Spielberg, and everybody is involved in this site. This is extremely well maintained, and this is actually an audio design university online. And there is one particular essay, which is just a 6 or 7 page essay by an audio designer called Randy Tom. He is one of the front rank audio designers. Get on to Randy Tom's. No, there is no here. One second. Hold it. So it is called Designing a Movie for Sound. Is there a slide? I forgot. No, there is no slide. Yes, go to the audio layers. So there is an essay in the article section of the site. Go to the article section. There is an essay called Designing a Movie for Sound. Designing a movie for sound. You can see the catch in it. It is not designing sound for a movie. Okay. So, and he says his formulation is that it has to start from the script stage. The writer also has to know a little about audio design, and the director has to guide the writer that the audio design should be factored in. And what he says in the essay, I have summarized, that you have to do these things. How do you create nuanced audio layers that look at a scene and break it down into background? Background is the distant, diffuse, atmospheric background, midground, and foreground. And foreground is the sync sound. Sync sound, you know what sync sound is? When you see the source on screen, that is sync sound. When you don't see the source on screen, but logically the sound is there, that is non-sync. Okay. So audio design basically is a nuanced, sophisticated mix of sync and non-sync. But the non-sync has to be logical. Don't impose the non-sync. If it's a port city, if it's not a port city, if there is no sea, you cannot have a sea siren in a cafeteria which is close to the. Get my point? If a cafeteria is close to a dock, you cannot suddenly have, because the ship siren has a soulful kind of, it creates a soulful mood. It creates a departure related tragic mood. But you cannot impose it if there is no sea if it's a landlocked place, can you use it logically? So don't use it, that would be imposition. Background, midground is where you can vaguely see the source on screen, but you may not also see the midground, and these things actually relate to the lens you are using, the depth of focus of the lens, and foreground. And also you remember that you can't record everything clearly, so they have to be recorded separately and mixed properly. That is audio design. try to play with the difference between obvious and ambiguous in the audio layers. What is meant by that? The obvious, the obvious is what is happening in front of you. We see the source, maybe in the foreground or in the midground. And the ambiguous can also be, you can, in the non-sync, in the logical non-sync. For example, again, a ship's siren is a very loaded sound, right? Because it immediately evokes the ambience of departure. And any departure is always create pathos, right? Saying goodbye, saying farewell. But a ship's siren in a, let's say, at a jetty can be very logical, can be very obvious, but the mood it evokes, is it obvious? It is ambiguous. So you have to be on the lookout for that opportunity. That this is not illogical. It can be there. Or a train's whistle. You can put it in such a place logically that it transcends the logic. Yeah. Okay. Alex is reminding me of the deadline of time. So I'm sorry I cannot go on and on. I'm sorry, I have to cut out a lot of things, and I would end with another clip from, I cannot resist the temptation of not showing it. I have to show it to you, where the mise-en-scene is so perfectly worked out, the audio design is so perfectly worked out. So, that is a directorial intervention, that is a directorial preparation, a lot of hard work. Even in that scene, you saw that the helicopter scene, he had to put enormous kind of effort to shoot that scene. Even it's shot in Thessaloniki, in Greece. Thessaloniki municipality, Thessaloniki, the city's ATC, the air traffic control, the airspace was cleared up. No aircraft could enter the airspace for 3 hours. They shot it in 3 hours. So I'll show you, to end I'll show you another thing where all these ambiguities I'm talking about. And the other thing is, of course, a director has to be a thinker. A director just cannot be just a director, a film director. There is a difference between, in France, they call that there is a difference between a metteur en scene, which is an executor of a scene, and an auteur en scene, the author of a scene. You have to be the author of a scene. To be an author of a scene, you also have to be a bit of a philosopher, a thinker, and a great humanist. If you don't empathize with human condition, you have failed as a director. So watch this scene. This is from another film of Angelopoulos, Weeping Meadows. I give you the context. Just before the Second World War, like in many other, apart from Germany, in many other European countries, the Nazis were on the rise. And in Greece, there was almost a civil war between the Nazis, where Nazis were with the government, and the those who were opposed to Nazis, tremendous amount of difficulty for living their life was being created by the government machinery and the Nazis. So a lot of them, a lot of people, poor people, even artists, they had to leave the country, and many of them actually had. America opened its, it's just the opposite of what is happening now in America. America opened its borders, and actually America needed a lot of people. They needed even musicians. At that time. Okay. I can't help it. I will overshoot by 5 minutes. And so, this scene deals with the protagonist, who is a young musician and accordionist, And he has to leave his young wife and 2 children, 2 sons, back in Greece, and he's going, because life is becoming impossible, his career is in the ruins, so he's going to America like with others as an immigrant. And after going to America, he discovers that it is such a, messed up place. And for them at least, there is hardly any future. But that's a different story. It's the leaving, the departure, in a spot. Again, it is set in the same place in Thessaloniki of that time. This is Thessaloniki, modern Thessaloniki, which we saw in Landscape Interview. And this is Thessaloniki in the early 40s. Watch the sea.
Φύγανε.
Ο Μάρκος και οι άλλοι φύγανε. Περιμένει μια βάρκα.
Μη μου θυμώνεις, Γιώργη.
Είναι μακριά η Αμερική.
Γιάννη, Γιώργη, να φροντίζετε τη μάνα σας.
Πρόλαβα να το τελειώσω.
Νέα Υόρκη, 5 Μαρτίου 1937. Μικρή μου Ελένη, φτάσαμε με την ψυχή στο στόμα στην Αμερική, αφού κινδυνέψαμε στον ωκεανό 1000 φορές. Στο Ellis Island μας περάσαν από κόσκινο. Ψεκασμοί, ταπεινώσεις. Αργά, βασανιστικά, τέλειωσαν όλα στο σκοτάδι. Ξύπνησα σε ένα βρώμικο δωμάτιο που μυρίζαμε. Ο Μάρκος προχάλισε πλάι μου. Αυτή είναι η Αμερική. Αρχίσαμε να παίζουμε σε ένα μαγαζί, αλλά από κοντά άρχισαν και οι έρηδες στην κομπανία. Η πρόσκληση για σένα και τα παιδιά δεν περπατάει. Η θεία ούτε να το ακούσει. Βρήκα να κάνω πιάνο με ένα γέρο Ιταλό δάσκαλο. Να ξεχνάω τον ωκεανό που μας χωρίζει.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very insightful lecture that you have just delivered. If anybody has any question related to the topic, any questions, any queries, please. We can take one or two questions, sir.
Okay.
And I request our volunteer to please guide the audience.
What are you?
The last and final row.
Hello. Yes, so you talked about different lenses according to the scenes, using different lenses. But there are some filmmakers in the world who just shoot with one lens as well. Like, for example, Hitchcock, he did this movie Psycho with 50 mm lens. So what is your take? What is your take on this? How would you?
Can you please?
It depends on the narrative. It depends on the director's vision of the mise-en-scene he's trying to achieve. It's not only Hitchcock. Many of you may have heard of this French filmmaker called Robert Bresson. Bresson, quite often, many of his films were shot only on 35 mm, the normal lens, because he believed in that kind of aesthetics, that is the lens, 35 mm, that approximates the human vision. So it depends on the aesthetics of imagery that you have developed for yourself. It is not mandatory that you have to use different. I'm sorry, there is no time to take any more questions.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yeah. So you have been an active participation from yesterday. Can you please know your name?
Hello, sir. My name is Abu. I'm a filmmaker and sound design artist.
Oh,
Yeah.
good that you are a sound designer. Have you heard of Randy Tom?
Yes, definitely.
Good.
Thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity to once again felicitate Professor Shyamal, and to do the honor, I would like to call upon Mr. Alexander Leopold, one of Sir's favorite students in the room. He is the director of MSF-TI. To please felicitate Professor with the iconic Manipuri Pony memento.
Thank you so much, Alex. It is one of the best designed logos I have seen of a festival.
Wow,
Honestly. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, sir.
And all the best.
Thank you so much. Now we have a cine talk on the topic digital transformation and film consumption, which will be presented by Sir Subimal Bhattacharjee. Before I introduce Sir Subimal Bhattacharjee on the floor, I would like to give a brief biodata about him. So Sir Subimal Bhattacharjee is an India-based policy advisor on cyber and technology issues, a film producer, and a director. He is a treasurer and head of critical and emerging technology at Share, a Guwahati-based think tank and a collaborator at Ostrom Workshop, Indiana University. A former country head at General Dynamics India, he is a columnist for the Indian Express, the Economic Times, and the Quint, with 800 plus publication and 500 plus TV appearance. Passionate about documentaries, he has produced Memories of Forgotten War and Netaji at 1 to 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sir Subimal Bhattacharjee on the topic digital transformation and film consumption. Sir Subimal Bhattacharjee. So we have been informed that Sir Subimal Ji will be here in just a while to deliver a cine talk on the topic digital transformation and film consumption. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sir Subimal Bhattacharjee is here with us. So please give him a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Subimal Bhattacharjee for the cine talk on the topic digital transformation and film consumption. The floor is yours, sir.
This is my mug, this is whose, so that I don't confuse. Hi. It's noon. So, good afternoon to all of you present here. It's nice to be in Imphal and the second edition of this film festival, International Film Festival. And while I might not directly be very much into the film ecosystem, but I still myself attempted to produce a couple of them and even direct a couple of them. In fact, the last one I attempted was Netaji at the Rate 125, which I produced and directed in 2021, released in Jan 2022, and apart from its few honorable mentions in international festival, this Netaji's birthday on 23rd Jan, the national broadcaster Doordarshan showed it on prime time at 8:30 p.m. But nevertheless, the topic here is somewhere converging in the area I actually work, and a little bit into your space around filmmaking and the whole film ecosystem. I've been working in the digital ecosystem from that particular day when internet came to India. So 14th August 1995, public internet came to India. I'm sure many of you wouldn't have been born also by then. But that was a point of time when nobody ever could realize that in 30 years' time, we are 29 years right now, in 3 decades, how much internet is going to change our lives, change the way we do things, and among many things, change even the way in which we consume content, whether it's films or whether it's all kinds of videos, and of course, text and writing and everything. And in the last couple of years, and even very much even last month, you are seeing that as artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence comes into our lives, it is impacting even further in which we are consuming content. So that's primarily around which I'm going to deal today on the topic. It has many dimensions, as all of you know. Its impact is on the filmmakers also. Many of you would be young filmmakers, many of you would be aspirational filmmakers, many of you follow the film ecosystem very closely. It impacts every one of us some way or the other. How the digital transformation of content viewing is impacting everyone. So that's the thought I wanted to pick up, that we discuss with you. Our part of this country, has not been a late starter in the realm of a digital space, but in many cases I have seen that we have been able to go to places, or we have been able to get platforms because the internet made it possible, because physically with the governments, with the bureaucracy, with whatever fledgling and motivated film industry or the ecosystem that nurtured across the states in the region, couldn't provide the real platform for many of the talents that are there in the region. There are immense number of talents that are there with creative ideas, and you have every opportunity to bring out even films and documentaries around the region, on the region, and with the beautiful landscapes around and all, to be master classes and masterpieces on their own. Yesterday when the Doyen Aribam Sam Sharmaji spoke, way back in 1942, and where, how everything is now, and how, he still thinks there are categories in films and based on languages and all, how it should go and all. So that was the one reflection about how, we still don't have a very open platform or canvas in which content can flow out freely. Possibly the internet has made it possible, and that is what I find is very, very fascinating. When for the first time I saw internet on 14th August 1995, and subsequently 3-4 days later when NIC and CMC gave us the real exposure of taking to the various websites and all. And I was just completed my master's, so, maybe in the 21, 22 age group kind of a thing. I was very fascinated that this was going to be a game changer. And that actually brought me to work on cybersecurity and move ahead with that. So taking this as a background, let me tell you that content viewing is changing a lot. Despite, some few blockbuster films in the recent past still getting its crowd or attention for... Oh, is it better? Is there a mic? Yeah. Has been that possibly our attention span has gone down. We really don't think that we have the time, wherewithal, and most importantly, an interest and attention to be able to consume long duration films. We would want somewhere some kind of series-based activity or films and documentaries that have a hook, right, possibly in the first 5 or 7 seconds when it is played, so that our interest span remains. Now, this is not only for films or documentaries, it is almost for any kind of, small, or anything that you see through the internet, even on a particular incident. And nowadays a lot of misinformation and false content and everything gets generated. Deep fakes make it even more difficult and dangerous to understand what is true and not. But what we have characteristically seen in the last decade is that the attention span is going down. Now, if the attention span is going down, what is the impact on everyone in this whole ecosystem that keeps creativity going, that dwells with various aspects of the creativity? The consumer is the final arbiter of what content comes. The consumers, or the dwindling number of people remaining still glued on the traditional system, the more number of viewers getting into the devices or across multiple platforms, content availability is increasing. The number of people who try to have the option of deciding his comfort about what kind of films and in whatever time forms and everything he wants to see. All these things are very much now a part of us. So the consumer is finally deciding and creating a kind of a undue pressure on many aspiring filmmakers also to be able to, or rather to think that I must have something that has a trigger and a hook in the first few seconds. I must see to it that, that boredom that would have come earlier on a, 30-35 minutes show, or it gets reduced to just maybe 3 or 5 minutes. So I have to reskill myself, or I have to reorient myself to see that I keep the enthusiasm level constantly flowing up. And those are the kind of pressures that have come even on the filmmakers. And a lot of people are adapting to that. A lot of people are getting initiated to that in the first place, rather than, taking the sweet old spot and building up a nice tempo and story and then going with it. So I think the pressure on filmmakers definitely remains. Not to say that, the large blockbusters have gone away, the last, RRR or the, whatever more prominent ones, have not some of those ones like the Kashmir Files or something that have their own stories or kind of a motivated impact that could be there. But generally it is the push towards smaller stuff that's being seen on the horizon. Why is that happening, and is that the way forward? And if that is the way forward, where will it finally end up? Are films going to become, 5-minute kind of a story or 10 minutes kind of a story, so that, you try to be comfortable with what you see in those moments? Are films becoming a kind of content that you would see not with the full attention but an undivided attention, because you are doing also something else with that, so your full concentration is not there? Don't you really want to know a whole pitch or a script rather than trying to get to the kind of a lesson or a message that comes in? So I think the younger generation is shifting far much faster to that situation where you think that, you need the crisp, you need the gist, you don't need the larger part of the story. Now, is that bad? Is that good? None of us are about to say, but as someone who also have an opinion, I would try to think that, creativity involves a lot of patience. Creativity involves a lot of thinking that goes into that content that comes up. And somewhere, if pressure is being put on filmmakers or the script writers and everyone to make everything short and crisp and getting attention in the first few seconds and thing, somewhere possibly you are also impacting creativity. The way someone likes to think, the way someone likes to think extensively and build up a nice story, I think in all of that somewhere there is a churn. And so possibly, we must be ready to be able to appreciate longer films. I don't know if a kind of going into a series and trying to cutting them off is actually the absolute answer. There might be a lot of things that still get missed in terms of continuity. And so if you try to do a parallel about, the test cricket match, and you come to the one day and now the T20, and try and see, that how, what has happened in the last, 10, 15 years, where you are seeing that almost there is no attention for test cricket. The players themselves have almost lost their, I won't say talent, but the proclivity to go on to be able to play longer duration innings rather than only trying to see which ball I can hit as a 4 and 6. So in a way you are working the brain of that batsman also to a much larger extent than, normally at ease you would like to bat, you would come on the front foot and try to dink. So I would think, if similar parallel exists even in this filmmaking scenario, where somewhere you are trying to always put a pressure. The consumer is definitely the king, but the consumer is also definitely creating the pressure on the filmmakers. Is there a way to come out of it? Is there a way that the digital ecosystem will evolve further to improve things or even spoil things? definitely most of you are aware. Now let's even take how artificial intelligence, I mentioned about generative AI, the last was DeepSeek launched on 20th of Jan last month, as you saw, the Chinese generative AI, which started challenging the ones that have been there, starting with ChatGPT from November 2023, about you put a prompt and you get an answer. You put a prompt, even a script gets generated. You put a prompt, even audio gets generated. You put a prompt, a video gets generated. You put a prompt, even you could possibly make a small film with it. Now, that is also creating another, not concern, but another dimension to this whole issue about where you are able to generate content which is not necessarily your content, but because you wrote the prompt in such a fashion, the ownership of the prompt that you have takes you to those large language models that are able to, use the machine learning and deep learning techniques to be able to give you content which satisfies your prompt. And that way you also think that that is the ownership of the content that you have. Then you fiddle with it, you play around a little bit with the, or as much as you want, you play around the script to your liking, and finally you produce and give it. I'm not aware much about the how much it has come and impacted the film ecosystem, but I can tell you that this is going to be another big issue in the coming months, because every LLM models now that have been possibly, say, trying to have their own ecosystem around whether they are trying to target the text or the image or the video and all. Tomorrow, all of those content are also coming together in one form, and hence in few seconds, if you give a proper prompt, you would be able to create a base film or base content about a particular thing. It might be biased, it might not carry what you would actually want to give, but it might also sort of keep you away from that creativity that you would have done to be able to give that, 5-minute or 7-minute content up there. So that's another dimension that is hitting us very fast. And as much as anyone says that you have all the tools now to check plagiarism and all, it will be very much difficult to be able to control or contain that, because generative AI is going to pick up content from wherever the data set has been picked up. They have those large, huge data sets. So something they might pick up from a content from Nagaland, something they might pick it up from Los Angeles, something they might pick up from Brazil. All of that they'll try and mix together and give it in such a spin that you won't be really able to realize, where that content has been. That sifting of data, the way they pick it up, the algorithms are able to define and all, that's creating another kind of issue around plagiarism, which is again another very big issue, because intellectual protection rights are something that every filmmaker and all faces a challenge. There are so much of copying and all that has happened and all. So as much as the digital technologies allow the digital footprints to be recorded and picked up, but with artificial intelligence and the large language models that use these tools, you are tomorrow, or you won't be able to understand which content was actually original and which was doctored and where the plagiarism has happened and all. So these are the challenges that we see. These are the changes that we see. Does that mean that creative thinking and filmmaking by the serious and by the, I would say, professional people will go away? I don't think so. Everyone would still have their space, but we all will have to do our bit to be able to protect creativity. Because the worry about every digital technology that we have been seeing in the last few years is that, it's a propensity for negative things, or its propensity to push negative things is far much more, or it's outweighing what are the positive advantages. Definitely connectivity has helped everyone to be able to do creative works at multiple places and come together, and even everything, even editing tools to everything. You would have simplified many of your processes, but you would also have, you will see that, more number of misinformation, misappropriation, all those kind of things have increased far much more, to that extent that they are creating real social issues among ourselves. So everywhere the concern is that the cognitive senses that we have, the attention span that we have, somewhere that has reduced. I see in my own case that I don't have an inclination to be able to spend a full 2 hours or something on a movie. I always keep on delaying it. Okay, I'll find my time to see it, but that doesn't happen. So somewhere you compromise and say, okay, fine, something is short, okay, 15 minutes, I'll see it like this. So these are the kind of compromises we all make, but then that's also not necessarily always a situation. Last night in a dinner, we had a very nice conversation, sir, about in our times, or maybe in a little bit people elder to us, we didn't really have much of these opportunities to be able to have all this content in our devices that we have. So there was a time, there was an opportunity to read more books, to be able to dwell more on creative things now and all. Today everything is, a child is far much more comfortable with a mobile than you are. He is able to sift through things in his device because his cognitive senses work so well with it. So as he grows up, his attention and he is attenuated to that device. So he is able to always think that this is his primary source of information. Now that's also another concern, because that's where it's not only the long films or even newspaper reading or book reading or journal reading, these are all going away from the society. Less number of younger people today consume newspapers, which used to be a daily habit for a lot of people. Early in the morning, you have a certain kind of uneasiness if you see the newspaper man coming late. But today that isn't there, because every moment you are consuming something on your device and all. So with the younger generation, primarily, because right from being a child, when you play with the games and everything, you get used to it. And you get used to it to such an extent that you start trusting what you see that. Now this again has its other ramifications in society, which in our cybersecurity and all those areas of work, we try and see that this is a big differentiator. You see something on the device, you would believe, even if it is a wrong content, even then what your elders or parents or people even working in that area would say sometimes. So the societal impact of such kind of wrong content getting into the head and getting into the trust ecosystem is very much something, because this mobile device that is with you, which is something that you feel is almost a part of you, and that's where that trust factor comes in. So in that process, you are trying to accept whatever comes there very many times, not verifying if it is true, and many cases you don't have the opportunity to verify if that content is true, because it might not be related to you, hence you wouldn't know the nuances. So we are today products of consuming many content that might not necessarily always be true. So our judgmental sense of many content also gets sort of, not hampered, but I would say impacted by such kind of content. So if you analyze this subject from a filmmaker's perspective, from a consumer perspective, from all the people who are there in this whole ecosystem, from script writers to the directors, to the society at large, somewhere we are now at a point of time where we are very much attentive to the fact that our consumption habits are being guided by what we try to consume faster, quicker, with a shorter attention span, and in the devices that we carry. So technology is good. Technology has given us an opportunity, but technology has also created a kind of a churn. Now, does that have any impact on the financial or the finances or the economics of the film ecosystem? Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that if people don't try to produce larger films compared to the series and ones, with shorter, span, I think possibly it impacts creativity also, but at the same time, the economics around the bigger films goes away. The other aspect is that the digital transformation has given opportunities for the content to be spread and diffused far much more than what was traditionally done. Today, the distribution network has significantly increased. You are able to go to much wider audiences across the globe in many formats. So that's an opportunity, particularly from a Northeast perspective. I would always say that it's a great boon. You make a good content, you make a good film, you have it up in the platforms, it goes to far much wider audience. Forget alone Netflix or Amazon Prime or anything. I think you still have other platforms also, and even the efforts by the government, the INB ministry's efforts to promote documentaries and films from the Northeast, including the NFDC and all, I think is much better than what it would have been 10 years back. So we are at a very interesting point of time. That was the intent of this talk, that consciously, subconsciously, we are all understanding that this phenomenon is really happening, that we are changing our own consumption habits, and how we deal with it, how we look or handle the onslaught of the generative AI. I don't know, I might be speaking something now, I would have another new discovery right in the evening or tomorrow. So there's so much changing happening in terms of technology. Every bit of technological change today directly comes to the consumer at a far much faster pace than what it would have been even when internet was formed in the first 10 years. We didn't have this opportunity to be able to see everything, streaming or any kind of things at the beginning. We just started having possibly in the last 1.5 decades, and then it has significantly changed in which we are able to seamlessly do things because the medium of internet allows it. So thank you all very much. Any kind of questions I can take. I wanted to keep it a very plain and simple talk so that questions can bring more specifics into this.
Thank you, sir. We still have more than 7 minutes with us. So if anyone has any queries, any questions related to the topic, then please.
You mentioned about the various platforms such as Netflix and Amazon. And so do you think in the near future, or maybe in immediate effect, these platforms such as Netflix and Amazon can outwit or will outwit the concept and beauty of the theaters? Will it go down, do you think?
Yeah, very good questions, and I didn't come to the theater part of it. I should have come. I think theater viewing has its own charm. It's more of a, you can say that, it's more of a interesting family time, ease time, comfortable viewing. But I think that these OTT platforms are far much more popular now than the theater going community, it's the more larger numbers are on the OTT platform. So now how the OTT platforms also manifest and whether they will also survive what comes in the next few years in terms of available platforms. See, it is now becoming a kind of also the opportunity of the plenty. Too many things, too much of content and all. So you deep dive and come to your own sweet spot. However, with all of that, I always still think that a lot number of serious film viewers will always remain. The theaters will have to find their own manifestation to keep their theaters going with the cost involved in running theaters. So, how they also modify themselves, how they get into the ecosystem, that's going to be very, very important. But it's a very, very dynamic kind of a situation. Everything is changing faster than we can really think.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Samananda. I am a filmmaker from this Manipur. And my question is, as an expert in film, what is your suggestion that we, the Manipuri filmmakers, can do so that we can compare with the Hindi movies and the short movies? So what are the scopes that in the near future Manipuri films come up like the Indian, South Indian movies and Hindi movies? What is your suggestion?
That's a very interesting question and something very close to my heart, that how films from Manipur, of course, and even other parts of the northeastern region get that wider acclaim, attention and all. The dynamics of which film gets popular, attention, everything. I think somewhere the Doen touched yesterday about, how if you kind of classify a category B, category A and all, then certainly you bring a certain value to that, and in that valuation somewhere you get down. And nowhere Manipuri cinema has been at the top for decades. There's so much of creativity around and all. It's that, you have to find producers who are willing to put their bet and get the distribution networks up to, that level of scale, speed, attention and sincerity. And of course, it also remains a fact that, the population itself, the viewing population of a certain language, notwithstanding the fact that today subtitles and everything allow anyone to view any kind of a content. But I think all of those things have a certain kind of its impact that it really doesn't give you the opportunity to be able to think that you are at a competitive equilibrium. Somewhere there is a disadvantage you always start with, and that disadvantage isn't dwindling even with the coming of the digital ecosystem. You have your same opportunity to be able to spend and spread across the platforms and all, but you'll still find that even if Netflix or Amazon Prime or any of those platforms try to take film, they would still try and go to those language films, then come to you. Even in cases where you would see that you have a far much better story and all. Somewhere an unintended bias or something comes in which has a lot of factors in it. It's not something that you can directly catch up. It's possibly a legacy issue. It's a question of people inuring themselves to a community of language and filmmakers and film consuming society. It's a factor of how much content comes out in that particular language, and also I think it's a very complicated question, situation and all, but possibly all of you, the quality content that you are putting up and all is raising the bar far much higher, that tomorrow you would come to a situation which is much better than what it is at this point of time. When there is a certain sense of frustration that the efforts do not get that result, that breakthrough that should happen really doesn't happen.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a really interesting conversation that we had. EIIFF to do the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. I can take my thing. Unless you want it, I'll give to Bishwajit. Okay, sir. Bishwajit can use it.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we have a masterclass on the topic filming intimate documentary, which will be presented online by St. McAllister. But before we start our masterclass with St. McAllister, we will witness a film by St. McAllister titled Japan, A Story of Love and Hate. So the entire session would be moderated by Mr. Bobo Kuraijam. He is a filmmaker and also the program head of the festival. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bobo. Before we witness this iconic film, Japan, A Love Story of Love and Hate, I would like to take a few moments to describe the filmmaker himself. So, St. McAllister is an acclaimed British documentary filmmaker. St. McAllister is exclusively on a shelved shooting approach to character-led documentary filmmaking, known for his varied-styled and deeply engaging storytelling. McAllister captured the struggles and resilience of ordinary people caught in political and personal turmoil. A graduate of the National Film and Television School, McAllister's award-winning work include The Deliverance of Baghdad and A Siren Love Story. His unique self-shooting approach has brought powerful stories to life, earning global recognition, including directing the Hull City of Culture opening ceremony in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, let's witness the iconic film called Japan, A Story of Love and Hate.
Good afternoon. Hello, check. Good afternoon. How many of you have lunch or please let me know, because this is 1 hour and 8 minutes run time. And just after that, we're going to get online and get connected with so on. So some of you, if you don't have lunch, please go and have a quick bite and come back. But please don't go, please stay back. Some of you, we don't want the OD to be empty. because we'll be really embarrassed when Sean comes online. He was supposed to come here, but unfortunately, because of the visa problem and some clearance problem, he couldn't be here. We had already booked his ticket, but we had to cancel it at the final hour. And he's someone who really wants to come to Manipur and meet us all and have a proper masterclass session in person. This is his second attempt, in fact. He had attempted first in March of 2023. Then again, unfortunately, it didn't work out. So he said he'll be third time lucky for sure. So we hope that one day we will be able to host Sean in person. And in the same session, I believe the esteemed participants will also be there to support us. So we have a quick check of the AV. Pauksiru? Can we have a please check of the AV? This is...
まあ夜の方が女らしく入れていいんじゃないかなと思う。
Can be female in night time.
昼間はロボット。
Allow me to.
Xin mới yên bên ngoài tiền hay. Just so we have.
Being the most.
Screening manung din Kapoy. Film screening manung di.
How'd you get tao game call and one that did one?
Yeah, friend. Yeah. So we are jumping time, so let's please start.
So one of the one interviews or the light?
Stop getting depressed.
dangerous places in the world to the safest, and that was Japan. And in a way, it's an interesting film to show because it's the most difficult film I made, I think, in my life. I think Japan, if anybody's ever been to Japan, they'll understand the kind of things that you think the normal codes of behavior are completely turned on upside down in Japan. So the first thing I thought was, how do I make? I think the first thing I always think when I'm making a film is what is it that's important? What's the story that's important to tell here, and how do I tell it? And I think for Japan it took about 2 years to find Naoki, really. And in that journey, there was very little that was making sense to me. There was lots of things that were crazy and weird, but then I think that the films that I'd seen from Japan, they'd made Japan look a lot more weird to me. And I think the challenge for me was to make Japan look more ordinary and more relatable and more real to me. That was the challenge. And I think that's what most people don't do. And I think that's what the object of the documentary is for me, wherever I go, is to try to find a relatable, ordinary character. And it's that thing when I was at film school, we used to have a test, which was to find the extra within the ordinary. And in a way, to also find the drama of the non-event. So when you're in a war zone, it's easy to find conflict because you wake up in the morning and there's a suicide bomb attack around your hotel, and you can go with your camera and find drama in a way. But as documentary filmmakers, that's not what we're doing. That's kind of news. I think looking at documentary, you're looking for the drama within the character. So there's 3 areas that I always look for, and that's the character. Character is king. To get character, and then to win the trust of the character, and that's getting close to the character and going back to that Robert Capa quote: if your story isn't good enough, you're not close enough. And I think that the casting of the character has to have the kind of ingredients for the story that you want to tell in the place that you're in, really. But my journey with Japan was so diverse, really, because it took me across the country. It started in Tokyo, where the brief was, and I couldn't find a film in Tokyo. The brief was, you can do anything you want, but it has to be in Tokyo. And I couldn't relate. Sorry.
We have Naoki online. Yeah,
hello.
Huh? Hello, Naoki. Naoki's online. It's a surprise for us. We have Kevin as a surprise for you. The character is here. Welcome, Naoki. Can you hear me? Welcome to the Masterclass. We're really pleased to have you in this talk. How are you?
Yeah. So. I'm a survivor of 5 cancers.
Oh.
But now fine.
That's nice. Yeah, Sean, if I may ask, why would you say that it is one of the most difficult film to make? Why would you say that, this particular film?
It's the things that you take for granted in societies like here, which is filming inside people's homes, is not acceptable usually in Japan. I had a sort of saying when I was trying to make the film, which was the sliding doors of Japan, they were always closed to the foreigners. So I always felt that we were outside trying to look in. And there was always this curiosity. You would look at the Japanese, but you would never really get inside the Japanese life.
Sorry.
And it was only when I met Naoki. It was only when I met Naoki that he was the one that understood the project, and he took me in. And it's what I mean about winning the trust and finding somebody that understands your intention. to tell that story.
Can you just take back to us a particular point you believe that you have won Naoki's trust? A particular point you remember in your process? Can you share with us?
I think I met Naoki on the journey, to be honest. And I'd met Naoki through a friend, but because Naoki was in Yamagata, I told you my brief was Tokyo. He didn't fit the remit for the actual documentary, and it was I'd met Naoki, who was clearly very interesting, but he was in the wrong city where the film was. The series was supposed to be called Tokyo Stories. 4 films, 4 directors that had come to Japan to make films in Tokyo. So Naoki wasn't the part of the brief, really. So I continued for a year looking for stories in Tokyo, and then decided to resign from the project because I couldn't do it because I just couldn't find anything in Tokyo. And it was at that point that they said, you can go to Yamagata then and film with Naoki. And I think it was the returning to Naoki where I felt that I felt he was then really, there's something had bonded with us. We'd built on something because we'd met some time before. I guess when your character sees your determination and believes in you, and at that point, I really felt like he was trying to tell my story. And what's interesting for me is that the journey in Tokyo wasn't wasted time. It was also valuable learning time for me. It was the research time. It was the journey to help you understand the country, to understand the complexity of the place. And once you've empowered your brain with what it is you want to look at in the country, it's all of the issues were embodied in Naoki's story. So the things that fascinated me were obviously poverty, the untold story of hardship in Japan, the homelessness that I came across in Tokyo was unbelievable. But in a way, it was too much. It was almost like pornographic. I don't like filming that level of despair. But then seeing Naoki's situation on the edge of, that fragility in which he was living with Yoshie, the themes that I'd learned about on my journey started to emerge, with Naoki, even the themes of suicide. Mushroom Man in the film, his good friend sadly went on to kill himself. So he became a victim of the 32,000 people that kill themselves every year in Japan. So it was, that's when he let me in, and when he then, your character opens the door into their lives, really, and then with Yoshie and their relationship, they put their souls on the line to tell the story for you, really.
Are you really aware of the idea of the intimate documentary? Not before making this kind of film, but would you like to define by yourself your idea of intimate documentary?
I think it's just my interest in people, really. I like to get close to the characters. Whenever I make a film, I like to befriend the character in the film. In all of the films I've made, the characters remain friends in the same way that myself and Naoki are friends still today. And the Kevin from my very first film in 1996 in the north of England is a close friend of mine now. Does my web design, and Amma from my Syrian love story. When Bashar al-Assad fell from Syria, I went to celebrate with the family, just a few 6 weeks ago in the south of France. I stay very, very close with the people that I film. I create deep bonds and friendships with the films, and they're real. and those friendships remain very strong. So that's important as part of the process for me. But I also think about micro macro, that wherever I go, I'm very interested in a journalistic sense about telling the story of a place, whether it's Syria, Yemen, Japan, Iraq, what is happening in a place right now, and finding a character. So if I was going to Palestine, I wouldn't be looking just at the genocide. I'd be trying to find a character that kind of offers some kind of complexity. I mean, that's almost too extreme, because there only seems to be one side of the suffering in Palestine right now. But when I'm thinking about where to go and how to tell a story, I think I'm looking for a character that's going to offer shades of grey. So it's not just black and white, but you have shades of grey and complexity. And that's by casting a character that's going to allow you in a very intimate way to observe those areas of grey. But there's also got the kind of articulate eloquence to, provide them in the film, and also has a really good partner. When I'm casting a film, I'm looking for a really good Nauki, but the icing on the cake is Yoshe, always.
If we may ask, have you had any experience of your character turning hostile in your films?
I had a character that I filmed for 6 months in Japan who turned hostile in the Tokyo experience when I was trying to find Naoki. And he never really understood the process. I think I was a little bit desperate because of the brief. And, it's an experiment, really. That's why I find the deadlines of delivery, when you get commissioned by a broadcaster and you need to deliver the film by October, blah, blah, blah. It's a very difficult thing for me to do, because I'm looking for an organic experience to enable a process to happen, really. And deadlines don't often fall in line with that. But yeah, these things happen, unfortunately.
So tell us something more about how you discover that your character. This character has a potential of stories. How do you go about it? Please explain to us.
I go to a place, and I think it's important to learn about a place, and I go with a very organic way of understanding by living in a place, really, which I've always had the luxury of quite an open schedule. When I was working with BBC Storyville with Nick Fraser, he was very generous with the development process, where he would send me to somewhere with a very open remit and said, go in with an open mind and live there for some time, and then offer me, find a story, find a character, and come back to me with something. So I don't do much reading. I don't do much formal research in terms of reading books or reading articles. I'd rather go and live places and speak to people in the pattern of life that's happening in a place, and try and find a representative, real voice of the place that I'm in, really. A lot of the time you have a preconceived idea of what the story should be when you're going to a particular place, especially with a conflict zone like Syria or Yemen or Iraq. I think, and you're just looking for someone I'm just looking for something that's going to offer something else. I think also the other thing about documentary and cinema, a friend of mine who does fiction said, cinema should always be surprise. And often documentaries are so predictable, but you go to watch something that you think you're going to see, and you see it. It's almost like not worth watching. It's like when we write commentary, the words that my voice say in the film, the traditional idea with commentary is to say what you're seeing. And actually the skill of good commentary writing is to say what you're not seeing. And that's what is a real challenge when they're writing what sounds very simple text over the pictures. I work a long time with the editor, and I'm writing crap really, and he's saying, no, that's really crap. You know, why are you saying what we're seeing? And then I would stop writing and start telling him an anecdote. And then he'd stop me and say, quickly write that down because that anecdote is so revealing. And it's all the time looking for those shades of gray that are just not obvious. And I think that's what I do when I go somewhere. I'm looking and I'm absorbing and I'm trying to see what to see the surprise in things, to have an open mind really. I think that ability to see and have an open mind is difficult as well. We should always have. Often you don't see what's in front of you really. It's this ability to grasp and see what the story is when it's under your own nose. Often it goes amiss.
And the character you find, it seems the place where you have conflict seems to be the fertile ground for you to find character. Is it true?
I think politically, I'd always been interested in the Middle East. I've just come back from Egypt where I was getting my teeth done. Even when I have a dentist, I choose to go to the conflict zones for my dental work. I used to have a great dentist in Damascus, but Damascus is a bit more risky to get your teeth done at the moment. But I look for the ordinary life within that, though. I still like to think when I'm in, if you look at Liberace of Baghdad or you look at the Iraq films I made, outside you've got the conflict, which is the boom, boom, boom. But the documentary and the heart of the documentary is almost like in the living room of the people's lives. And my feeling is that the news provides this context, which is usually a 30-second soundbite or a 3-minute news piece, which is boom, boom, boom. And that's all we kind of get and understand about a war. And what documentary can do is give you insight to a character through a family. So the next time an audience sees that conflict zone in a 3-minute news piece, they can remember my character, they can remember my human drama, they can remember going in the living rooms of the lives of the people in the documentary. And it takes them gives them that special access inside a country that they've never really been in. Because I think news is just this diet, this same old thing of bang, bang, bang. And what documentary can do by finding the drama of the non-event within a family is really resonate with people. Finding relatable human beings that we can all connect with.
So in this film, we can see layers of issues that that has been addressed to us as an audience, and I would like to know if you think you have missed out anything while telling his story, that you have missed out, whether in the process of editing or in any other form. I mean, do you have that thing in your mind that you have missed out an important part of this, that you have not told to us through cinema?
I think that's always the case with documentaries. There's always a big scene, especially because I try to make the films 70 minutes. I don't really like longer films. Actually, what's interesting with this film was NHK wanted the film to fit into 2 50-minute slots. So we had to deliver a 110-minute version, which was just like so long. And I always thought it was a really rough cut, and never quite liked it because it was one of the first assemblies we did. And I work hard to make a dramatical film work at 70 minutes in a more, for I suppose with a British audience in mind, in a BBC kind of way. The 110-minute version that we delivered went out on NHK, but when it was selected for the Yamagata Film Festival, I insisted that they show the 70-minute version, and they watched the 110-minute version and chose to screen that because they said there were so many more scenes in it that that had been left out of the 70-minute version. So who knows? There's always in the process. There's so many things that end up on the cutting room floor. You make dramatical decisions in the edit, and then you have to live with them. But there's many things that end up on the cutting room floor, and you just have to live with those decisions, I think. But there is a 110-minute version of this film available.
Can you talk a little bit about your editing process, your editor, the kind of relationship that you have with your editor about this film?
Yeah. It was edited with Ollie Huddleston, who'd edited most of my films all of my films up until then. I think what we did, we made a long rough cut. And I suppose I go through all of the scenes of the film. I go through all of the rushes, and I identify the the best scenes by having 1 star, 2 star, and 3 stars on a log, and then Ollie will assemble without me. Actually, we just talk at the end of every day. He likes to go along the journey in the same chronology in which the material was shot. So he goes back to the first material and slowly works through, and we talk and talk and talk. And he is very conservative on how much material he takes into the Avid. So we immediately at that very first stage make some very crucial, critical decisions of what's interesting and what's not interesting, what scenes are going to stay and what scenes are going to go, so that we're dealing with a lot less material for the first assembly. So a lot of critical decisions, and some of that material stays on a C-roll line that might come back in, and then but ultimately we get to the end of that journey. That might take a month to get through everything and he might cut together some scenes quickly and just leave those on the reel, and then he will go to make the first assembly on his own. And that's when I come in after that, when the first assembly is together. And then we work together quite rigorously in the same room, using a board on the wall with different color codes, different cards and different color codes. So different characters have a different color. Naoki would be one color, Yoshi would be another color, and then we'd have a topical timeline, which would be usually what's happening in the country, Japan, at the beginning of the shooting and what's happening towards the end of the shooting. And it's a question of then interrelating a lot of those themes. When we get lost with the edit, which is usually very dense with domestic scenes that are repetitive, that are doing the same job as each other, it's then a question of which one we're going to keep, which one we're going to lose. If we lose that one, what happens to the overall? If we put that one back and remove that one, how does it impact on the rest of the journey? Because as soon as you know, and it's a question of then starting to build something that kind of holds together. And then you realize actually, if you keep that scene next to that scene, it makes this bigger meaning so much more powerful. So suddenly those two scenes are locked together and they can't move. And then another one comes onto there and that adds to that meaning, which means that can't move. And so eventually the whole thing starts interlocking. And what we're trying to build is a sequence of events that are all the 3-star scenes, so that the film is ultimately made up of all the absolute best material that we looked at originally. Yeah, and it's just a process where you ultimately go crazy and try to find your sanity by the end of it again. Okay.
Sorry about this. Hello, Sean. Can you hear
Hello.
me? We can't see you, but we can hear you loud and clear. So we still continue the conversation. So it will take a short while to get back to the AB mode, but we can continue the conversation. Yeah, please carry on about your editing process. Sorry about the inconvenience. Please carry on.
I don't know where we got to, but it was basically I was saying that we just we work with those sequences together in the edit, and we start sort of structuring the 3-star scenes, the best scenes, and on a timeline. And what you find when you put one scene with the next is that it has this magical connection, and then those two scenes then are married and stay together, and then a third scene may go on to that, and then you realize that makes that adds a greater meaning to that, and then eventually what you realize is the film starts to almost be making itself in this process, often a process of elimination. But then, mostly what happens is you get stuck and the film isn't moving, and it's because you're in love with too many of your scenes, and it's a question of then losing your babies, I suppose. And that's when you have to make the most sort of the hardest decisions, where some of the sequences that you loved, that you always imagined in the film, have to go in order to make that structure work. And that's quite brutal, really. It's quite painful because for a long time, I'm kind of married to certain scenes that I've always imagined in the film. But I guess that's the brutal reality where there's a saying in the editing process where the film starts to tell you how it should be made. And if you allow the material to talk to you and tell you what's best for the film, then that's the way a strong film's going to emerge, rather than imposing your own favorite scenes into the structure. So that's
how important is the filmmaker, his relations with the editor, with his editor? How important is
I mean, I think I think the whole thing about filmmaking, full stop, is trust. The relationship between myself and Naoki is about trust, because all of those sequences that you get the camera into the living room of their life, inside the bedroom as they're discussing the most intimate things, it's all about trust. How he can trust this foreigner from the other part of the world and allow this film to tell the most sort of intimate things. That's about trust. And the relationship between me and Ollie is trust. I think the most insecure directors are the directors that are looking over the shoulder of the editor all the time, wondering and worrying about snipping this and snipping that. I got lucky with Ollie. My first film, I met Ollie, and I found it the opposite. That these editors are going to come in and do this to your film and do that to your film. I was so happy with what he was doing to the material that I realized on my next film, I found myself shooting sequences and thinking to myself after shooting them, I can't wait to see what Ollie does with this. So you've got the editor in mind. For me, it's about it's almost a generous process, really, where I'm looking for his input. I'm not, I'm waiting for his ideas. I'm looking for his creative input, and I think any editor should be given that role in the process. That they're not there to just cut for you; they're there to create for you. It's a reciprocal process where they've got they can absolutely dramatically change. In fact, I think the editor is quite it's always been an underwhelming what's the word, an undervalued term in a documentary. To some extent, the editor in a good documentary is almost like a co-director, in my opinion. They can take the material and transform your film in such a way that that makes it incredible. And I think someone like Ollie Huddleston's a perfect example of that. He's got the knack of character-driven narrative storytelling. So not his skill, I think, is that he can get inside my head and get inside the head of the character. And I think that's what you're looking for. So in the same way that me as a filmmaker spends 9 months getting inside Naoki's home, getting inside Naoki's life, getting inside all of that and getting that really intimate material, what I'm looking for is an editor that's going to be working with that material in a delicate, honest way and threading the themes of the film in that kind of careful way, which Ollie does perfectly.
Wonderful. We would like to hear something from Naoki. Is he still with us? Naoki?
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, we would like to know your response. When you see the first cut of the movie, how do you feel when you saw this movie for the first time?
We have before the film, we have a long time to corresponding. So I have no PC, so I push the before we have that time I have no iPhone, no PC, so pushing the English to correspond with okay with Sean McAllister. Just only.
We can hear you. We can.
Hello.
Can you? Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear
Hold
you.
on.
Please
I'm
carry
going to try and translate the question for him. So I think he might be.
Naoki, please continue.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we corresponding.
Yes.
Yeah? Is that okay, Naoki?
Surprised. Small studio. Me and Yoshi. So you say that time Rush. It's the first time to see the film. So how can I say? I need a decision to expose myself by BBC and NHK because I'm a part-time worker. And I contract with both 6 months each. So I was afraid to fire if this film is broadcast. So it's at first afraid. But Sean is how can I say he's not director. He's my friend, be friend. So we are wasting time each other. First, I denied Sean. Not he was banned to come into our room. Our room is Yoshi and me. But it's naturally there was Sean McAllister and camera, and we object Yoshi and Naoki. It's a normal day, day and day. The way, Sean, we're spending the time 3 year, 4 year, like that, to make our relationship.
Your thoughts on it.
Hold on.
We would really love to continue the conversation, but we are compelled with time. I would like to take some questions from the audience. Any one of you, please raise your hand, and volunteer, please hand over a mic so that we can get questions from the audience to Sean. Please introduce yourself and yeah, and your question to Sean.
Hi, both Sean and
Naoki.
Nauki. My name is Meena Longjam, and I'm a documentary filmmaker based in Imphal, Manipur. Yeah, it was lovely watching your documentary, Story of Love and Hate, Japan. So my question is to Naoki. The question is, what's the major changes that happened to you after your documentary, Japan, Story of Love and Hate? What's the major changes? What had what's the impact after this documentary in your life?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll translate it for him.
So,
That would be nice. Yeah.
okay.
1 minute now.
Okay, Sean, I understand.
Okay.
So, change my life. But I have a BMW, so I have world when I was rich. So I was one member of world, but I realized that that's a misunderstanding. My misunderstood. I had nothing to knowledge of all over the world. So Sean gave me the window to see the world. This is a, sorry, I'm getting old. I'm remember at the time. Yeah, it's a big impact, like Big Bang.
Like Big Bang.
I think the answer also is that the relationship at the time with Yoshi was really difficult. And what was quite interesting was he used the process of the film. You could see that there was a power imbalance between him and Yoshi, and there was a thing of not talking to each other. And he actually used the film to enable a conversation. After the film finished, I got we won a prize at the Yamagata Film Festival, which was a cash prize, and the money was used to enable him and Yoshi to get a flat on the 7th floor with a balcony and with a window for the first time. So they
So nice.
they moved to a place with light, and the relationship blossomed. They started to talk for a couple of years. It was positive. Unfortunately, after that, they drifted apart again. Yoshi was spending more time at work, and it got more tense and the situation was getting more distant with between them again. And then Naoki got cancer, and it was a very difficult situation because Yoshi was still struggling with all of the jobs, and they had the pressure of a bigger rent in this apartment, and Naoki's salary was critical to pay the rent and the bills. So as soon as she said about the rent, as soon as she said about the cancer, the only thing that she could think about was the rent and not caring for him. So the other thing that had happened in the first film was that I introduced Naoki to the missing son from his second marriage. His son was called Kazuki. We didn't include the scene in the film in the end, but the great thing was that he'd met Kazuki again and started this relationship with his son. So when he got cancer, he contacted Kazuki and said, Kazuki, I've got this cancer. It was dangerous because it was stage 3 going to stage 4 cancer. And Yoshie was unable to look after Naoki. And Kazuki said to his mother, Akemi, who was Naoki's second ex-wife, Dad's not well. He's really, we need to look after him. We need to do something. At the time, Akemi was looking after her sick parents at home. And she said, look, I'm just caring for my parents. Tell Naoki to come here and I will care for him as well. So Naoki left Yoshie and he returned to a small town under Mount Fuji. And Akemi, his second ex-wife, she took him in and he went, I think, in and out of hospital for 9 months. The cancer became a throat cancer into stomach cancer. They had to take half of his stomach out. He called me from the hospital with a big cut across his throat, joking that Al-Qaeda had him. It's his sense of humor. But he was on chemotherapy and surviving cancer. Anyway, after 9 months, he's the bionic man now. He's invincible. He came home to a new home under Mount Fuji. And Akemi said, listen, if you're going to live here, we might as well get remarried. So he remarried Akemi. So he's now living under Mount Fuji with his second ex-wife and fourth new wife.
Take two
really
more questions
incredible.
quickly.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Arigato gozaimasu.
I'll
you.
take 2 more questions quickly. 2 more. Anyone from the audience? Quickly. Anyone? Yeah, we have a question here. Please identify yourself and.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Amo, and I'm an artist. I was watching a documentary, and it was very interesting. And Sean, I wanted to ask, you talked about complexities in characters, and you loved it actually. And then you found another person before Naoki, which Bobo had talked about his hostility. He was hostile, and so now we are more interested in this person also as well. So can you explain, like, was it your comfort which made you choose Naoki, or was it a spontaneous pick?
Well, it was. I always think it's something to do with fate, really. That in a way, Naoki helped me when I was really down, because I kind of met Naoki on the second time after I'd fallen out with the character, the other character. He'd abandoned me, and even without being in the film, Naoki, I was in Yamagata at the festival at the time, and Naoki was working as a volunteer, and Naoki just befriended me as a friend. And it's those things that you look for, really. But the problem was that Naoki was not in the brief. The brief was Tokyo. The series was Tokyo stories. So my dilemma was still, how can I fit Naoki into the brief? When he's in Yamagata, it's 3.5 hours away from Tokyo. It's not in yet. It's not in. So eventually, what you need to do all the time in this process of making documentaries, if you are lucky enough to be commissioned, is twist the commission. And I just said, listen, I can't do it anymore. I'm not going to make a film in Tokyo. I'm going to resign from the project. I don't want to do it. There's only one person that I found interesting in this 2-year journey, and he's not in Tokyo. So I'm going back to England. I'm done. And they said, okay, forget it. You can make the film in Yamagata and it can still be called Tokyo Stories. But, you know, it's just an organic process for me, what fits and feels right. But as I said, I was under the pressure to make a story in Tokyo. And sometimes when you're choosing the characters, you can be too impulsive or under pressure for the commission.
Thank you so much. We would have loved to continue the class for a long time, but we are compelled to wrap up. Before that, let me tell you that the fermented soya bean that you add in the film, natto, am I right? Natto.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we call it Hawaii Zar here.
Oh,
Hawaii
you
Zar.
do?
Yeah, if you come down here, we will feed you. We will
Oh my
welcome you with
God.
that.
Oh my God.
So Sean,
I look
okay.
forward to it. So make it third time lucky, because I want to come and see you all in person. I'm desperate to come to Manipur after all of these attempts to come there.
Yes,
Who knows?
definitely.
There might even be a Manipur love story to be made.
Wow. Naoki, wish you a good health, and to you, Son. Thank you so much. It was lovely to be with you today. Salute you. Bye bye from now.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to take some moment before we start with the next program of a panel discussion. I would like to take some moment, and I would like to request all our volunteers to please arrange the seating arrangement here before we start the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere. We have a very important panel discussion on the topic Stories from the Fringe. So this topic is going to be very important for all the film lovers. So please stay with us for some moment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your presence. Now we'll move forward to the last section of our industrial engagement program, that is the panel discussion on the topic Stories from the Fringe. To preside over this discussion as a moderator, I would like to welcome Mr. Moji Riba. To tell you a brief about Mr. Moji Riba is a filmmaker, cultural activist, and Rolex Award for Enterprise Associate Laureate 2008. He served as an executive director of CCRD and assistant professor at Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. He has directed over 50 documentaries exploring identity, cultural transition, and environmental sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of today's panel discussion, Mr. Moji Riba. And to preside over this discussion as a panelist, I would like to first welcome Madam Kivini Shoho. She is a prominent documentary filmmaker from our neighboring state, Nagaland, and a founding president of the Film Association of Nagaland and dedicated to promoting cinema in Nagaland. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kivini Shoho. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Pradeep Kurba. Sir Pradeep Kurba is an acclaimed filmmaker from Meghalaya, known for his impactful storytelling and contributions to Kashi cinema, including award-winning films that has gained national and international recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mr. Pradeep Kurba. And lastly, I would like to welcome one of the most promising filmmaker from our state, Manipur, and he has won many national and international awards when it comes to filmmaking, and he is also serving as a jury member for this year's Eikhoigi Imphal International Film Festival 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Barund Thokchom. Thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate the moderator and felicitate all the panelists. And for this, I would like to call upon Mr. Alexander Leo Paul, Director, MSF-TI, to felicitate our panelists and moderator. Okay. So we'll present our iconic memento and the Lengyand to Mr. Moji Riba, who is the moderator of today's panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Next, Sir Alexander will present the iconic memento and Lengyand to Madam Kivini Shoho. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Next, sir will present the memento and Lengyan to Sir Pradeep Kurba. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. And lastly, so I will present the Lengyan and memento to Mr. Barund Thokchom. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sir Alexander. Thank you so much, everyone. So, Sir Moji Riba, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thanks so much to everyone at the Film Festival for having us. And I think I speak on behalf of all four of us that it's really an honor to be here. Starting off, I think the theme is before us, which is stories from the fringe, which brings to mind what are the stories we're talking about, who are the storytellers, because if there are stories, there have to be storytellers. So what are the stories, who are the storytellers, and mostly, what is the fringe that we're talking about? And I think it would be most appropriate to actually begin with what Pabung Aribam Sham Sharma, Guruji, had mentioned yesterday, when he said that, when we go to festivals in India, we are known as regional filmmakers from the Northeast, and when we go to international film festivals, we are known as Indian filmmakers, filmmakers from India, which actually brings us to this whole conceptual framework where the Northeast has always been seen to be on the fringe, both physically in terms of the geography, that we are at this, across the chicken neck, also then emotionally, mentally, politically, we have always been seen, this region and its people have always been seen to be on the fringes. And even in the stories that we tell, we are seen as stories from the periphery. It's never a mainstream film. But as we move along, and we can see that in funding patterns, we can see that in terms of the production facilities and the support that we have in the Northeast, we can see that in the distribution networks that we have, that we do appear to be on the fringe. And yet, as we speak, and I'll just take 2 minutes to introduce the theme, even as we speak, we see that there is looking like there's a shift on what we call the fringe or the periphery. The Northeast, from being just a backdrop to big films, like, for example, in Arunachal, I can remember Koila, which was made Shah Rukh Khan and Madhuri Dixit. We were just the set. We were the set at the backdrop for that film. Similarly, I think Jewel Thief had some reference to the Northeast. And now we are seeing that there is seeming to be a shift from where we're going from being just the set to being a setting, from being unrepresented to being represented. We can see that in the Bollywood space, like the much talked about Patal Lok, all shot in the Northeast, with the Northeast context, and where our geography and our polity and our culture is not just a backdrop, it's part of the story, it's unfolding of the story. And then we have also had, like, for example, Bheria was shot in Arunachal with the theme taking, I'm taking Arunachal's examples because I'm most familiar with that. So we do see that there has been a change, and yet the shrinking of the fringe is not happening as rapidly as we want it to be. And to talk about that, there's no three better people than I could think of. And when I got the list of the panelists, we have Kivni from Nagaland, which has, I think, the shortest film history, in sense, history of filmmaking. Her work, she's also the founding member of FAN, as it's all been introduced. But if you look at her work, whether it's Oh My Soul, which is on the transgender community in Nagaland, whether it's there's a film called Even the Dead Speaks, which I'm looking forward to seeing, Anishe, Flower Maiden. So these are all stories of the unrepresented, stories from the fringe, as we might call it. Then we have Pradeep, of course, a good friend, schoolmates of mine, 2 national award-winning films, and myriad. I mean, you name a film festival, and his film has been there, whether it's Busan, whether it's CineQuest, whether it's in Ontario. A much acclaimed filmmaker, and yet when you look at his films, it's again stories of the unrepresented. These are themes which are of the unrepresented, themes which are on the fringes, or if you could call it the periphery, whether it's Idu, the market, or Re, the homeland, which talked about insurgency, or Onata. And the next film which he's made, which will be shown tomorrow, I think at 2:50. Please do go at 2:50. Yeah, please try and watch it. And then from Manipur, which has, I think, one of the longest history of filmmaking. Like yesterday, Guruji was saying, from 1972, the film history started. So we have Borun, who's a very exciting documentary filmmaker, who's also been, whose film I Rise has been awarded. Silent Poet has got a national award in 2011. He was also at the IFFI selection jury. And he's working again on themes and strictly in documentary, looking at stories which do not come out often. And all 3 of them, the first question I asked them is, what are you working on? And all 3 of them are working on new projects. So what I would like to do is, how we'll frame this discussion is, we'll request each one of them to take about 5 to 10 minutes talking about their own work and how this storytelling from the fringe has affected you and how you have grown. And then once that is done, then we'll go into looking at the larger picture of how is it happening across Northeast and across with other filmmakers. So I think we'll start with you. Give me. flick switch on the side.
Thank you, organizers of this film festival. Thank you for having us. I've been talking about my work, I think. I did my first bad documentary in 1998. It started then, and then slowly, actually, I'm a self-taught filmmaker. Though I did a basic course in broadcast arts, and I was supposed to be in the broadcast world, actually. I went into news reading, I went into radio productions, I did a lot of script writing. Nagaland, we don't have script writers. So we're forced to write our own scripts. I had to do it all myself. And like Moji Riba had said this, there's no one before me, actually. So I had to teach myself. I was out on location on my own most of the time. Like supposing if I have to hire something, cinematographer, editor. See, there's no one before me. So I usually had hired from Assam. I did learn a lot from Assam people, actually, my immediate neighbors. And I also had hired people from Manipur also in my production team. So from Nagaland, there was no one, actually, when I started. So I come from an era of Umatic low band. I don't know who else, if any of you have heard of it, Umatic low band, and then it went to Umatic high band, then beta, then we have the DV, digital, then digital. So I had gone through all that. So in my time when I started with all that, and Nagaland has a very, the infrastructure is so bad, for us to travel from reaching from one location to the other. It takes a long time, and it was difficult, actually, but I think I persisted. So that's how I I persisted, actually. And the commission program had kept my film professional life, actually, because there's no funding coming at all from any quarters. Forget about the state. Still today, Nagaland government has given very little importance to films and filmmaking. Only recently, they have encouraged us to have film festivals, and they have started some script writing, acting classes, the government of Nagaland from DIPR, actually. So it was like that. Anyway, I have done a lot of, actually I have done a lot of films, but anyway, I think my works that are talking about stories from the fringes, I think in 2000 we did for IGNO. I did a story on the Angs from the eastern part of Nagaland, the chiefs of, you call them the great chiefs, the great Angs of Nagaland in the eastern part of an autocratic chiefs. They are all dead now, actually. So that was my first, I think, work that I can say which was good, actually. Then I think my film, the transgender film, is I think the more prominent of my works, actually. So the transgender film is called Oh My Soul, and I did a story on, we never hear of transgenders in Nagaland, actually, but I had been doing a story on HIV, and I met this boy who was very effeminate, and one day he came up and he told me that he's dying of HIV, and he was willing to talk about himself. So that time I never had I started talking to him, and I had been just observing his life, So he was also a sex worker, and that was very surprising coming from a very conservative Christian society that we live in. So I started shooting in 2011, and I finished the film in 2014. So like that film was a difficult one, very difficult subject to deal with. And it often got me into trouble also, the topic also, because homosexuality and is kind of taboo in Naga society also. So that's one of my films.
I just wanted to connect to the film that you're working on now. You know, we were talking about it. So this journey from having worked on the Angs, which was 2000, I think. Yeah, we worked for IGNOU. So now that you're doing your kind of thinking of the current production, if you could just share with us how this journey has been in terms of the storytelling reception to your stories. You know, just like you said with Oh My Soul, there was a lot of there was very less acceptance.
Yeah.
But now as you moved along, how has been the reception to your films?
I had this agreement with these people that it will not be shown to Naga audience, at least for some time.
But then later what happened as you went along?
But I screened it with the church leaders.
No, I'm saying with the other films also. Like, you know,
other films.
Yeah, yeah. So what I wanted to really know is that if you look at the Naga film audience, like you said, this film wasn't screened in Nagaland for a long time, right? So do you think today, if this film is screened, would it be better received? What I want to know is that has the audience changed in its perception of film and film as a medium to heal and a medium to connect?
I still will not screen in very public places.
Okay.
Because there was a backlash just last year.
Okay. So you think that, say for the new film that you're making, do you think that the reception to that film will be much different?
The new filmmaking, the present.
The present, currently that you're making.
The current film I'm making is on, I've just started, it's on the Naga struggle for freedom. So I don't know, it's a bit difficult, done something, a topic I do not want to dwell in, but I've started and I'm learning in the process. So I've started interviewing the Naga movement, which has started very early on actually. So there are some people, after statehood in 1963, Nagaland statehood, after independence, 47, the Nagas had gone underground. And we have this NSC and I am Muiva. He had joined the NNC early on as a very young man. And his partner was General Thinoselia. They were the first one to go to China for training. So these are the people, some of them are alive. So I've started interviewing them and I'm seeing things from a very different light.
Okay. Pradeep, if we can move to you. You've been very proudly a self-taught filmmaker, and you say that and you write that all the time. How has it been in terms of your craft, making films and looking at, because if I've been following your films, and then they're all films of the unrepresented. They're not glamorous ideas, or they're ideas that, like Yudu was something that I grew up in Shillong, and never imagined that such a beautiful film could come from it. So how has that journey been for you personally?
Because you haven't seen my earlier films. That's why you're saying that. Let me come to that. If I go back 28 years from now, I think I'm misfit to be a part of this panel discussion. You're talking about the story from the fringes. I am not fit for that, because I remember when I made my first film, it was shot in celluloid. The film worked, it got released, it was accepted by the public, but the critics told that it's a Bollywood film with a Khasi attire. It was, and I took that as a compliment. I didn't know that the person who said he was being sarcastic, it was being sarcastic to me, So then as I gradually, after that film, I couldn't make my next film. I was doing lots of music videos, and my music videos had this, I was following lots of these Hindi music videos that was happening. I think Varun was in Shillong at that time. He knows it very well when he saw the video. Colorful. And I was happy doing that. I remember my dad saying me, you're not telling stories from your own space. You're not telling stories from your region. You're trying to tell stories. Basically you're telling story which has already been told by the other people, and you're just copying it. Giving that thought, I said, no, it's high time for me to do something different. But now, there is a certain rise of substance abuse at that time in Shillong, which there was a major ignorance by the society. They ignored that, no, substance abuse doesn't exist in our society. But I thought about it, I said I should make a film. You know, maybe this is something which will be a story that I'm telling from my space. But when the film got released, the people, they didn't accept the film. They said, this story doesn't belong to our region because substance abuse doesn't exist here. So I was a bit confused, like, you know, as, you know, I was trying to tell story from here, but still there's no acceptance. Then as the years goes, like, you know, I was trying to understand cinema in a different way. Then I started meeting people, started attending festivals, where actually I'm going wrong, like, you know. I was trying to understand that whole thing that I'm being wrong somewhere, like, you know. Then when you told about Re, as you know, like, you know, it speaks about militancy in Meghalaya and all. When I made that film, I made a big blunder by making a film on assumptions. I didn't actually go, met those people, tried to understand the emotions. I just went with an assumption, I made a film. When I made a film, the film didn't work that much, but when I met the actual people, they said, like, at least you should have spoken to us before telling our stories. You know, and you just went with an assumption and you made your film and, like, you know, that is your perspective. But what about our perspective? So then I realized how important it is for me, like, you know, to understand the perspective of someone before you tell their stories. Then came Unata. Then in Unata, I thought about it, like, you know, the mistakes that I have done in the past, I should not repeat. So when I started, I thought of making a film, I won't say it victims, I would say about the rape survivors. I thought it's very important for me to meet them. Meeting them was a big challenge because they were not willing to speak. Until unless they don't speak, it'll be difficult for me to make the film. So I did try to follow them. It took me almost 1.5 years just to, like, you know, get an opportunity to speak, to talk to them and understand that what they're going through. Because the whole story revolves around after the justice. You know, my whole story was after justice, then what? So I was trying to follow the story of these survivors. And then they started speaking up. Then that's how the film was made. And it worked. It worked even in the festivals. It worked commercially when it was released in the theater also. Then coming back to the last film which I made, that was Yodo, which was about the market. I grew up being in that market because my dad had a store in the market. So we had a video library out there. But at that time, I've never thought, like, you know, when I was there in the market, never thought that there'll be stories around this market. But what happened after Unata, I realized, no, there are stories in this market. Every lane had stories, like, you know. So that's how, like, you know, then Yodo happened. Then I realized, like, you know, the importance of, like, you know, how important it is for us to tell our own stories, like, you know. But now the last film which I'm doing, which it's not the one that is being screened, that will be screened tomorrow, is the one which is under post-production. This time I'm, like, you know, trying to be a voice about, not about people, but about a space. You know, like, after, you know, the entire space, how important it is sometimes when you tell stories about the entire space also. So that's my next film, like, you know. So
just to follow up on what I had asked Kivani also, in terms of the reception to your films, do you see there's of course, one is that there's the international audience that you have, but within the region, do you see that there's a change in how people respond to films now as opposed to your earlier films?
If I look at my state, like, you know, still, like, you know, there's a struggle. And it's because of the cinema culture that we don't have there, like, you know. So that is something which is, I know it's happening, it's growing, but I think it will take time. For that, I alone, I cannot do that, and, like, you know, nor Dominic, which he's making films now in Garo language. We need more filmmakers who start telling stories from their region. That's very important, because some of the people, the audience, like, oh, you're telling stories that we already know. We don't want to watch such things. You know, then suddenly we become, like, you know, for us then it becomes important, no, we have to take this film beyond our state also, like, you know. Sometimes the reception in our state is not there, like, you know. But ultimately we want to make film that people from our state also should watch those films, like, you know.
Hold on to the thought, because we'll come back to that. Yeah. Varun, you kind of represent not just Manipur, which has, like we always know, they're one of the oldest filmmaking histories, but also the fact that you have stuck to mostly making documentaries, and your own journey from your earlier films to now how you were, and you were mentioning to me that when you were the screening committee at EIIFF, the films that you saw. So how has it affected your own journey, if you can share something?
Yeah. First of all, if I talk about, I've come to that EIIFF part. Yeah. So I started with my film called The Silent Poet, the film. And now I also realized that film is all about the teamwork. It's all about teamwork, as that I only represent as a director. So very coincidentally, my editor also here is mastering. I don't know from where he came today. The guy with the spec, it's Mr. Chawatiam. So it was all teamwork kind of things. And also I was very happy to inform you that all those days, we did that film in a very free will kind of. We were a team, we were a good team, and we just did the film, from our spontaneous moments and all. Then, I don't know, that film got some recognition, then I got award and all. So the problem is, my next film, that I Rise, it's become so technical kind of things, because I look for the fun. Since I got a name, I pitched the project and I received from FT. I got the money. But the problem is that it becomes so technical. I have to fix the film in 53 minutes. And I have to do that, There are so many things imposed. So when I look back, my first film, I'm very happy about my film. Because the crew that I have chosen, the story that we make, the duration we have. So the film is all about that, I felt. No? Then my next film, I Rise, even though it did quite well in festival, but when I think about it, I'm not happy as a filmmaker at that time. So this is my third film, this Battlefield. I stopped looking for the funders. I looked for the fund, but I didn't look for this institute kind of funding. So I looked for the big shot people, my rich friends, and I pitched the story, and they are willing to be, they're paid for the films.
Could you just tell us what the Battlefield is about?
Battlefield also, it's all about, Manipur was a battleground, and in the 1945, these two foreign forces, they suddenly came down to Manipur and make my place a battleground. Then after 75 years, they have a commemoration. They are coming here in Manipur and SEC together. They are commemorating. They are celebrating in the states coming, Japan and British. But for us, what? The people who are still dying, they don't know what's happening in Imphal. They are observing the commemoration. They are still searching for their father's bone, no? My place. They have a cemetery here, both the Japanese and the British. But for us, how many people were died? How many people were killed? Still, we have a bomb, hundreds of bombs lying in this area. So my story is all about how locals suffer. See what we have done. Even after 75 years, we are still facing the impact of war. The war is not yet over. So this is a very, very dark kind of thing. So the Japanese people, the British people need to say sorry to my land. So through that film, I'm trying to say it. So I have pitched to different forums, few forums, this international forum. The thing is that the British people want their story. And the Japanese people want their story. Then I thought I should sell my film but I felt that in my deathbed I will be never happy, right? So I stick to my people know that I pitch my story in this dockets there. So few of the producers, they want my story. But the story has to be different. Same like the way I did I Rise, that one. Then I stopped pitching there. Then I start pitching to my friends who know this soil. So they are willing to, pay the money, and I'm doing my post-production there in Kolkata at the moment.
Okay.
And also, there was shortage of money. Then luckily I met one guy, very suddenly I met. He was so interested. He came down to Manipur recently, he paid the money. So I'm making the film that I want right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So congratulations on that. It's a very interesting success story. Yeah. But one pattern that we see, in all the personal narratives that's happening here, few issues are really emerging. The first one being, the whole thing about funding, film finance, how do we get money to make the films, I think. The second one is the whole thing about audiences, When I connect your personal stories to the larger canvas of the Northeast, we see that films from the Northeast are becoming more visible now. So there are some filmmakers who have won kind of uncountable awards across film festivals all across the world. And so there is this higher visibility outside of the Northeast. But I'll play the devil's advocate here. How many Arunachalis would have seen Yuddha? Or how many Manipuris would have seen one of my 50 documentaries, you know, if I can say that. So can we talk about a little bit about that, about sharing, like, you know, making films is one thing, but how serious are we about sharing our stories? Yeah, the platforms, or what could be the way forward? You know, if you could just, we'll go back in the same order. If you could share with us, and it's a question that I've had to myself all the time, that, you know, we keep saying that we have to tell our stories, but it's very rare that we ask ourselves who are the people seeing these films. So what are your views on it? We'll go in the same order. Yeah. We'll start with Kevini and then, yeah. Kevini? I was saying that, you know, when we make films of the Northeast, that, you know, we are making stories, and a lot of Northeast films are being seen internationally. But within the region, you know, are people seeing enough of each other's films? Or if not, then what could be the way forward?
As of now, since almost all the states are having film festivals, isn't it? So that is one way I think we are seeing each other's film through film festival. Out of question to have films, to see films through theaters, especially in Nagaland. It's like we don't have a film culture. We don't go to theaters to watch movies at all, actually. Our Nagas are happy watching Netflix and OTT platforms. And they're not too keen on actually films, local films, though YouTube they'll watch. So maybe through internet only, maybe they'll watch. That's what I feel. Yeah, so my...
But do you think that people would want to see films that of each other? You know, like we keep saying Northeast, you know, like is there something of a Northeast that we understand that we have a kind of a camaraderie across states, or are we oblivious of each other and, you know, we won't see, like someone will not want to see a Khasi film, or would someone from Nagaland actually want to see a Khasi film?
With the power of social media, now we are very much aware of each other's films. So like when we have film festivals like EIIFF was there. So what I found is through some posting and all, we found out that a lot of people wanted to see his film so that's how I think that is one way of generating interest in each other's films. You know, we have to work on that, I feel.
Pradeep, you have taken your films across, right? So if you can add on to what she's saying. You know.
No, I think platform like festivals and all is very important. But I think what is more important is the film body of every state have to play its role. You know, because I don't think so, like, you know, I take a film from Manipur, I bring it to Shillong. The local people who are not the film buff, they will not come for it. Let's be very, you know, even I think the same thing here also, like, you know, if a film from a Khasi film comes here, only those who follow cinema from this region, they might come for it. Otherwise, I think, like, the others, I doubt. Like, for that, we have to create that some kind of curiosity that the people come and watch the films. And I always believe in one thing, like, you know, I've been following that in Shillong also. I make a film, suppose I just release it like that in Shillong. People, they don't come. For that, I need to make a backdoor entry. And that backdoor entry for me is I need to crack in some festivals first. Win some awards, then come back to your state. Then the people of our state give importance to that film. Otherwise, they don't even give importance to your own film. So that struggle is there. But, you know, what Kivini have just said about social media, like, you know, coming. It looks, sometimes on social media, it looks like your film is a big hit. The way people are interacting to it, will come and watch your film and all. But you count the number of people when you release in the theater, you don't see those people also out there. So there is a struggle, like, but I think every film body from every state should take this initiative. And plus, I think film festivals should give, festivals that are happening across Northeast should give more preference, more space.
When you say film body, do you mean the local network or
the local organizations or the
what about the government? Do you think
the government? See, we cannot. The government has got so many things to do, so we need someone else to do that. Like, you know, when it comes to cinema. So I think that's very important. You know, networking in a proper way. I think, you know, at least if I release a film here, if I see 50 people also, I'll be happy. At least 50 people have come to watch my film. That's very important, I think. Yeah.
Varun. The situation in Manipur is, I guess, a little different because Manipur has a film viewing culture, and there are audiences who see film. So how do you see that if, like for example, Bung is playing or Ishanu is playing, then would, say if they was shown, would it have the same kind of viewership, or do you think it is very culture specific? And then again to ask you the same question, what can we do about it, if at all we can do anything?
Before coming to Bung, I just want to supplement our cabinet. So I think this our Corona is a blessing in disguise. I felt, no, because of Corona, people are very used to this OTT platform, and also I think OTT platform is the one way where we can reach out. So in Manipur, we are having, I think it's quite a little different with other northern states. In Manipur, we have a few OTT platform where we have Misna, our Gems film has been screened recently also. There's a platform called Misna, and there are other few also. So I think we have to work together, especially Northeast filmmaker. And I have been telling this also, Upalda and a few others, to push to OTT platform like Amazon and Netflix, where we can have these Northeast sections. So right now going to this, I think not reduce kind of things, that people has the increase of the viewership in OTT has increased. It's not that the silver screen is not reduced. Silver screen is always there, the crowd is always there, but there's an increase in the OTT this one. So we have to move together where we have a special section for Northeast, where we can watch the film from Northeast. So I have been pushing very hard. But in Manipur, we have a different scenario. And we also we have a foundation called Television and Cine Foundation. So basically we are doing a documentary movement. So we felt that our jams also there, and we have a few the Mina also here. So what we do is if we want to have a product, we need an advertisement, and we need to use what is our product is all about. So since we are documentary makers, we let people to come and watch documentary every last Saturday, where people are used to watching documentary. Only then we will have an audience, right? So we are doing hard that one, and we have been. I think I think somehow we actually been doing that also. For example, there's a young guy called Mr. Khaba Maimom. He made a documentary on. It's a very Manipur centric, and he screened his commercially. He screened his documentary film here in this MFDS. No, so the audience was a full. There was a big audience, a big crowd. And somehow, I felt that he's not here. I think he will have at least returned half the money of his input. No, I felt that way. So the movement is different here in the state of Manipur.
What was the film about?
It's a film about this one, Kotha Phamkaba. It's all about some traditional song of a particular village called Kotha. So this is one of the very classic example. And also Mr. James, one of our friends, he did a commercial screening in their Tantapolis, his documentary. I don't know about the return of the money and all, but the scenario is a little bit different compared to.
Okay. So, so what we see emerging is that in terms of audience response and perception, there are differences across cultures, also because of the culture of watching cinema or understanding art forms. But again, one thing that keeps coming in all the discussions we have is the whole issue of finance for films. Pradeep, we were just discussing outside, you were mentioning that the government of Meghalaya has started a OTT. So if you can spend some time discussing about, finance patterns, who can finance, who are financing, who are not financing, or if there is financing happening, what is the pattern in which it is happening. So maybe we'll spend the next maybe 10 minutes talking about that.
No, before this OTT platform, yes, if you talk about finance, then there's a struggle, no matter how success is your previous film. When you go for your next film, the struggle is always there. My last film, the new film which I'm doing, it's been produced by the team, my artist, my cameraman, my editor, my writers. They are producers of the film. So now with the coming of this OTT platform in Meghalaya, started by the government of Meghalaya, it's a kind of a blessing for us. Because they have, they have a certain, all the films, they are whether if it's a national award-winning film, they are paying you between 15 to 20 lakhs. If it's a film that have done well in the box office, they're paying between a rate of 7 to 10 lakhs. Then they have started also with a grant, a grant for any national award winning filmmaker, there's a grant of 35 lakhs. So the government will give you 35 lakhs, then above that, whatever you spend, you can bring co-producers on board and make a film. But the condition is that the OTT rights will be with the the government itself. So that is something which is good, and I think I have been telling them, like, this is something like, now anyone who wants to watch a Khasi film, they can just connect to that app and they can watch the, like, all the content from Meghalaya, it's available on that app. I think that is a good initiative that the government has taken, and I wish that such initiative has been taken by the other state government of the northeastern states also. I think that's the only way that we can watch and connect and watch films from other states. And then coming back to the finance bit, which they have started with it, like, that is a good thing they have done. Like, they have a slab of 35 lakhs, then they have a slab of 25 lakhs, then they have 20 lakhs. Then for any new filmmakers who wants to make a short film, they have come up with, like, a grant of 5 lakhs. Like, you pitch a project, if they like it, they will finance you and you make a short film. And you have there's no creative interference and all as per their guidelines. And you can send for festivals, you can do, but there's a certain period of time they have given. So within that period, you can send to festivals, it can travel, and then after that, it'll be released on the OTT platform. But there's a disadvantage here. Why now? As Kivini had mentioned, people will stop coming to theaters. That's for sure. Because nowadays, you make a new film, the moment you make, they ask when you're releasing it on XYZ platform. They don't talk about theaters anymore. They don't talk at all about theaters. So now we make films for big screen. Like, if we don't get an opportunity to release on a big screen, it's a big disadvantage for us also. Like, we put so much hard work behind it and we're not able to do that. And then coming back to what Barun also has said about a package of Northeastern films in Netflix, Amazon Prime. Barun, this is something which is very difficult that it can happen, because with my experience, Unata was on Netflix. I expected my next film release, like Yodo, after winning in Busan and all. When I went back to them, they simply said, no, we don't have a slot for films from Northeast. They're looking for films more with stars. They're looking films like, mostly from the South Indian industries and all. And they don't have any such slot for films from Northeast. Sony Lift did had in between. They had picked, they had some Assamese film, if I'm not wrong. They had Kothanodi and Amis. Then they had a film by Wan Prang Ding Do called Lorni. Then after that, they have stopped that. So, but recently when I was in Goa, like, Prasar Bharati, I have launched a platform called Waves. Let's hope, like, they are the players who can actually pick films from Northeast, I think, because the other parts of the country, they do want to watch films from Northeast. But the problem is with us that we don't have platforms, like, because with Yodo, we did try to release in the other parts of the city theatrically, but it was difficult for us. It's not so easy, like, to release a film from Northeast and other parts of cities, because you hardly get any crowd coming in to watch the films, yeah.
Okay, so that's what the Meghalaya government is doing is actually very, very commendable. Yeah. I think we must, appeal to all our other state governments to also look at that as a kind of a role model to replicate. But that is just one component of funding. But Kivini, in your experience, like we have NFDC, we have Films Division, we have the NDC, for instance. So how is that experience? Are they supporting films enough? Because they say, a large part of we have the NLCPR, the normal acceptable pool of resources. There's a large component which goes to Northeast for development, for example. So is there something that the government can do in terms of financing art and films and music and cinema? Center and state, of course. The Meghalaya model is one model that we can adopt. But is there more that can be done? And that's something that I'll ask
I can only talk from my own experience. I've been doing films for Films Division also, and I found it was quite transparent, at least for a while. We had to pitch, and they had picked up films which were worthy of making, especially from the Northeast. And when it merged into NFDC, everything was vague. So for feature film, I had applied, this third time applying. I was told my script evaluation was good, actually. And I did get good writers to write my script, and it's the third time, but still I haven't got any, we are not being informed at all about the status of your proposal, We are left in the darkness, complete darkness. They advertise, you apply, it's not a cheap processing fee, it's quite high, 24,000 for processing fee to NFDC. And you don't hear, after that it's over. And you don't know who is selected, what has gone, and it's for the Northeast. And what I always say is, I wish they would not treat all the states alike, because Nagaland, Mizoram, and some of us, we are very new to filmmaking, and we still need some hand holding actually. So I fight within my Northeastern filmmaker group also. I always say we need some special hand holding here. So things like that, So it's not been a good experience in terms of funding. And government, I don't want to criticize my own government actually in a public space. But as of now, we are more interested in song and dance.
Okay.
My government.
Film is not getting as much.
Yes,
okay.
yeah. So it's just starting. So
Okay.
we are just discussing how do we get their attention.
Right.
So I'm very impressed with Meghalaya. I'm very, so I think I will also go and tell my government.
Right.
This is what
And
is
we'll of course make an
happening
appeal
in
after
the
this.
other
Yeah.
states, yeah.
Okay. Varun, I found your story very interesting in terms of fundraising. You said you applied few places, but you didn't get the creative freedom, and then you reached out to friends. So, in your experience, how can film financing be refined, or how can film financing in the Northeast be, if I can use a word, optimized so that the support across the group, across all filmmakers, across all states?
So, Moses, I look in a very positive, view, outlook of life. And also, what is the specialty of a filmmaker? Everyone is struggling. Why special as a filmmaker? If you are finding tough to find a fun, why make a film? Go and open some pig soup or chicken soup. Why make a film? So everyone is struggling. Why? So I stopped playing sympathetic card. Right. So I am doing my own way to reach, to get that stuff. Either who go crook. No, I'm doing my level. No. So I stopped playing a victim card, a sympathy card. No? So that's what I want to say to my young filmmakers also.
Okay.
If you can't do, just live with a filmmaker. Who forced you to make a film?
Okay,
Everyone is suffering.
That's one way of looking at it, and I completely agree.
Everyone is suffering.
Yeah, but I completely agree with that. It's a very valid way to look at films. But for instance, say some young filmmakers who have gone through film school, they have an amazing script, and because of lack of resources, that script is never not seeing the screen. So for them, what do you think? The financing patterns, the funding agencies, what role?
As far if your story is strong, there are hundreds of producers who are looking for your story. That's one point. So you have to be exceptional good if you want to look for a funder. Otherwise, stop playing the victim card. I felt that way. Also, I don't want to take the name. Let the people say it's a regional filmmaker or blah, blah. I don't care that matter. No. It's your work matters. Right. So I find that I have been telling to my friends, there's only two types of film. A good film and bad film.
Okay.
So I don't look in a language or culture, whatever, there's only two types of film I felt.
If I can extend your argument, let's say someone has a good script, but is he or she not getting access to funds because they're not able to market or pitch their film at the right place or in the right way?
Exactly.
Is it also because of lack of our capacity?
Yeah.
And what can we do about that?
He or she have to shut the platform. Now the world is in your hand. It's up to you to look for that. So we have a film market, film bazaar in EIFF this time. So people who are smart enough, they get a right producer there. You got my point.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
If you also the same jury I shit together, I pitch my story there. I'm not a pitching star. I did pitch my story here and there. I pitch to the right person. So just by a conversation, he's flown to Manipur and came with a big signature that I'm really willing to fund.
Right.
So you need your convincing power. So if you don't have that personality, just stop making film.
So I guess what you're saying is that in addition to having a good story, we also need to build capacity in terms
market
of
yourself,
marketing and branding.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I cannot say I'm not a god. I cannot say the tips.
Right.
But it's up to you. So I've been telling my friends, my younger things also. Nobody is forcing to make you film.
Fair enough. Yeah.
If you think, and also I come back to you, Pradeep Dada. This one, when you talk about the silver screen and OTT, this is a data. Okay, this is data I'm sharing. The film which is never done better in a silver screen is never done good in an OTT. That's one thing. So there's only few films that got success in the OTT release again.
Right.
So we don't have, we felt that with the coming of OTT, they will be reduced in the silver screen audience. There's no, it's a big no. The taste of silver screen is always different. So people are always there. Only thing is that there's an increase in number of OTT viewers.
Right.
It's not that there's a laser in the silver screen and people are coming to OTT, no.
I think the very good example of that is Lapata Ladies.
Exactly.
Which did badly at the theaters, but
Yeah.
once it was on Netflix, I think the whole world has seen and liked the film. Yeah, okay.
So there's a few, but my argument is the film who doesn't do better in the silver screen is very hardly can do better in OTT.
There is logic in what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Pradeep, then I want to ask you one question. You've been one of the forefronts of Northeast cinema, at least as of today. No, as of now. In terms of, I'm just going by sheer statistics. The awards your films have won is, by my reckoning, 780 times more. 780% more than awards I have won. So definitely you're one of the icons. No, why I bring this up is that does that add or does it give you any responsibility of, okay, you're making your films, and I'm just playing a devil's advocate here. I'm just pushing a little bit that, okay, you're making films, you're known internationally, you're getting awards, and and McAllister. Does it end there, or do you also have, not just you, I want to place it in a wider context, I would call the icons of filmmaking, or filmmakers who are in the Northeast, not just directors, but also, So do you think there's a larger responsibility of also what Kivni was saying, hand-holding other younger filmmakers, or is it just ki haan, apna kar liya to fir theek hai?
No. See, winning, winning awards, and once you plan for your next project, you have to move on from it. You cannot stay there, because the moment you start a new project, for you, it's always the first film. And talking about my new film, which I'm doing, where he was talking about pitching, I had to pitch to my team, because they were the producers. All of them, they were willing to produce the film. So Borun said something which is very interesting, and if you want to make a film, just make a film. Don't play a sympathy card. I totally agree, because you have decided to make a film. Because me as a filmmaker, what I've learned in these years is the whole day I'll be working on my script, doing this, doing that. Once the film is ready, after 8 p.m. I become a sales agent by myself. I have to start marketing, plan how to sell my film, send for festivals. And talking about this new generation, about what Moji, you just asked me, it's whenever I talk or discuss with them, I encourage them, Borun said about Film Bazaar, ki go there, you should be there. I don't say that you go there, you will get producers. It doesn't, no matter how good your subject is, no matter how good is your content, you have to be a good marketing guy also when you reach there. It's very important. And luck is something which is very important also. Because I remember with Yodo, we struggled so much, to sell the film. We couldn't do it. The moment it won Busan, the OTT platform from Busan picked the film. Then Channel 4 picked the film. So at the same time, no matter how good your film is also, I think luck plays a very important, it matters.
As with everything in life.
Yeah.
That's a good note to kind of end the conversation here. And I think I have about 5 minutes. We can open for maybe 3 questions. If questions, we'll keep it to questions, because filmmaking is such a wide subject. Opinions will take us till tomorrow morning. So I can take 3 questions easily if anyone has. Anything to add to what they've said? Anything to disagree or agree? Or maybe since there are no questions, maybe opinions also would be okay, I guess. Anything to add to what they've said? Okay, so normally when this happens, it's I have been moderating a lot of sessions. I look at it in just 2 ways. Either the session went very well, that people are acha khana kha liya, like a Manipuri thali, or it's yaar abhi kuch puchna nahi hai, bas jaane do. So I'll go for the former one. Hopefully things went off well. And as moderator, there's nothing really to sum up. But as a study, yes, please.
Budgets are involved in your films. I'm from Mumbai.
Okay.
I came from Z.
If you could introduce yourself also.
My name is Nishit Chandra. I am creative producer of Gadar 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to understand what kind of budgets are involved in your films. What kind of films are you making? I have never been exposed to your films. So I just need to understand.
I think we'll go from that end. Barun, you don't have to give us exact figures, but Battlefield?
That is a very tricky question, like we should talk one-to-one. This is where I can say it openly, this one.
Yeah.
This is very personal,
No.
Yeah, we'll talk personally.
No. Then you are looking for the producers also.
No, I already received the producer. I already got the producer.
But then
when I
you're
say
not
how
looking
much,
from.
then it's a
Then,
very
But I think it's a range. It's a range.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Trying to understand what is the ballpark figure, like kind of film you are making. What is the ballpark figure you are looking for?
It's 20 to 50 rents there.
Or larger, I think. Pradeep, what do you say?
I'll talk about my last film called Market. I think with the P&A, it went close to 78 lakhs.
Okay.
Yeah, that is with the release and everything, yeah.
So it's under one actually. It's not, in terms of if you look at Mumbai standards, it's not huge amounts of money. And that's something that pains us a lot because governments in the Northeast spend 5 crores on one tourism festival. And I can say that I think of all the states. But support for filmmakers who ask for 25-30 lakhs for a film, they either don't have the time or the inclination. Because I know they have lots of money.
Is there any subsidy from the government on your films or no?
Not as
No, not yet. But now the government have started this grant,
This is only in one state, in Meghalaya.
But only one state, that's Meghalaya.
How much-
but
what
they are
kind of
giving a
percent?
grant of 35 lakhs. So above that, you have to bring a co-producers on board and you make the film. So
Or you make the film within that.
or whether you make the film. And making a film within 35 lakhs is not possible into this time. So,
Right. All right, thank you.
Yeah, another question, please.
Hello, my name is Lauribam Shyam, and this is my opinion. I'm a cine buff. I watch films, and then what I feel about our Northeast is that we have plenty of stories to tell to the world, but we are not able to do it in the right way. Maybe as you were discussing about the fun part, finance and all, but I think we can work hard and there's a lot to be done and it can be done. So let's be positive because recently when I watched Patalok, I felt that Northeast region, Northeast states has a lot to offer in the world of cinema. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we'll go with one more and then the gentleman in the light blue jacket and we'll close the question.
I just wanted to know, the gentleman has given the example of Patalok. Patalok is made primarily in Hindi, right? Is there any filmmaker in Northeast trying to make a Hindi film with a local story?
I think, if I'm not wrong, I think Bhaskar is there, Bhaskar Hazarika from Assam. I think he's doing a project now. Yeah, I saw his project is being pitched in the Film Bazaar, I think. Yeah, I think it's
Maybe it's starting now, but largely films have been in
I think this is high time for that also.
Right, okay,
no,
makes
because
sense.
my last film before Market called Unata, it was remade in Marathi by Mr. Satish Kaushik. He picked the rights of the film and he remade the film in Marathi language. So there's a talk going on now. The same film is being remade in. We are talking for Malayalam remake. Let's see if it happens. It'll be great.
But I agree with you. Yes, there should be. Gentleman in the light blue jacket, please. Yeah, that will take the last questions and move on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even Lapata Ladies also, if I'm not wrong, he's from Tripura.
She's
right?
from Tripura. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Samananda and I am a local commercial filmmaker. So this is very interesting that from commercial to just this some academic, some documentary films, and this is quite good. My question is to all the three panelists: what are some difficulties that we, the filmmakers in Northeast, face to come our films at the national and international level? So is there any, not only the funding, but a lot of things that we have to do. So short films were not so popular before 20, 30 years, but they are dominating the Indian movies. So what is there any expectation that in the next coming years that Northeast films will dominate the Indian cinema? So this is my question. Thank you.
Brother, there's always way if there is a will. So first we have to see in that way. So we have to do what to say, our own way style of filmmaking, a different way, not copying Bollywood. Or we need, it's a high time that we need to make a genre, a kind of thing, so where like original kind of way will be the right word. Yeah, originality. If we need that, then surely there will be an audience. People are curving to see new things. So I have a very confidence and on this regard, yeah. Because we don't have a language barriers has gone long time ago with the coming of subtitle. So if your film is good, I think there's always a way. I believe in that.
Maybe one last remark from Pradeep and Kivini, and we can close.
I think you just need to be honest with your craft. That's very important. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm inspired by Borun. Yeah, we have to stay positive.
Okay, I think that really kind of brings to close a very, on a high note actually, the full note of positivity, the full note of even asking filmmakers within the region to move on with genres, move on with stories, move on with different forms also. What has really emerged from, I write a lot of notes, so I have to refer to some of them. What has really emerged is that, firstly, I think there has to be a synergy of using different forms of cinema, whether it be documentary or popular cinema or independent films that these guys do. Synergy of connecting audiences across the region, you know, where a person from Arunachal can see a Manipuri film and where a person from Nagaland can see Udo. And also a synergy of, I think, and this is something that I was lucky to moderate a similar panel discussion at Nagaland 2 years back. And there also we talked about this whole thing about a Northeast filmmaking collective, you know. And there was a lot of agreement on that, which I think has not happened. And I think having moderated 2 years back and now, I think partly kind of being responsible for this idea not to go through. Of course, there are issues of funding, there are issues of distribution and marketing and all that, but I think not that a network or a collective will solve all the issues, but I think a formal, it's time that we do have a formal collective of Northeast filmmakers and film technicians, you know, so that we could voice our concerns together. I think that really puts us on the kind of correct note to end this discussion. And thank you so much to my lovely audience for being here. I know so many things are happening, but to see you all here, thank you. And to my panelists, of course. Always so happy to be with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our industry engagement event of the second day of Eikhoigi Imphal International Film Festival. Meanwhile, there is a cultural extravaganza events happening upstairs, so make sure you check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, it has truly been an honor to be a part of such an accomplished gathering. Thank you for making this evening a memorable success. Thank you so much.
Oh, he's outside. He needs to reward me. I closed in 59.